On March 23rd in Chambers. I am here along with CFO Pamela Rook, CAO Peter DeJong, and Municipal Coordinator Carla Duarte, and all council are online. We have a full gallery. We've just come out of a closed in-camera session, of which I'm going to report out the following. Council met in camera, and the following is revealed. Council has reviewed the nominees for the Citizen of the Year and Citizen of Distinction Awards and made a decision. Details will follow at a later date. Nothing else to report from the in-camera session, which brings us to adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Well, I have called the meeting to order. Adoption of the regular meeting agenda. I'll put forward that. I'll presume a second from my councillors. Thank you. CAO, any changes, amendments?
I don't think so.
No. Councillors, any changes, amendments, additions?
On table stuff.
Yes. On table stuff.
Municipal Coordinator, can you tell us what's on table?
Here, I just.
We'll let you come over.
So we have item 10A5. It's just additional information regarding the feedback for parking. Item 10CI, which is additional information regarding the municipal hall insurance.
What was that number?
10CI.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have 10C. Report from Councillor Barmer regarding the Climate Action Committee meeting agenda. And item 13B, which is additional correspondence.
Army is which is he again?
10C3.
10.
Triple I.
One, two, three. Thank you very much. Any other changes, amendments, additions, deletions? There being none.
Councillor Abbott.
Councillor Abbott, sorry, thank you.
Just a thought, and maybe I should have done this earlier. It's looking like this might be a long night. Does it make sense to reorganize some of the order so that we do get to the things that have to be dealt with tonight? And to my mind, a couple of things. Item B1 and 2 and item C1 are closely aligned. I'm not sure if they shouldn't be together in the meeting. And I think those are all obviously important lines we need to get to. And then I was wondering if 10A 1 and 2, although I know Robert's on the call and he probably wants to do his reports, but I'm wondering if those, as well as number 4, the housing needs assessment, get moved down in the agenda, because if we don't get to those, I'm sure we could do them at another time, I'm supposing. But I do think we need time to discuss things like the parking issue, etc. Does it make sense to move things around in case we don't have time?
We could do that, Councillor Abbott, or you could put your faith in me that I have my eye on the clock and I will be hustling everybody along pretty quickly. I too recognize it's going to be a long evening, but I know that the council is diligent as is staff and want to make our way through it. I think in terms of
I see a lot of residents, and I'm assuming that a lot of them want to talk about or have concerns about things like the parking and leaving that towards the end and rushing. It's probably not going to do service. That's all I'm suggesting.
But we need to make a decision on the housing needs assessment report because there's other parties involved. So I don't want to see that get pushed off.
Well, I don't want to see anything get. I don't want to see anything get pushed. Okay, we just have a quick look here. To my colleagues, go with me. We're going to go through the public piece. We're going to do the minutes. That's unfinished business. We're whipping along here. The M&IA service provider, I don't see that as slow, quick there. Garbage and recycling, I actually see that quick, which brings us to items 10. Mr. Whitney's stuff, I think that's pretty key. I think the 5-year financial is pretty key. CAO just says that the housing needs is important, which brings us to the parking plan. And I think it kind of gets a little slow after that. So, Councillor Rabbit, if you'll trust me, I'll move us along quickly.
Okay, but I'm going to want to talk about some items, and I think it's fair. We've got a lot of people on the call here, so that are listening in. So I hope as long as we give everything its due course of discussion.
We will. Okay. Thank you very much for the suggestion, though. I will say that if there are, and I know there will be, I will accelerate after the parking plan because the other stuff is somewhat less important. I would move the public participation earlier in the agenda. Carla, can you make note of that after the parking plan stuff, just to remind me? Thank you. Okay. No changes, no amendments, no additions. All in favor, please confirm by saying yes or signal with a hand raised. There you go. Thank you very much. Which brings us to public participation, which is a total of 10 minutes, 2 minutes per. There's some in the gallery. If you, I think everybody's done this. Mr. Shore, your hand is up. Thank you. You are live, sir.
Hi, thanks very much. I have one quick comment and then one request. The comment, at the end of the last council meeting, there was discussion around getting volunteers from the village involved with some initiatives. The beach washrooms is one of the discussion points. And I just want to let you know that there's a tremendous amount of availability from volunteers and desire for volunteers to help with things like this. I had a call with Nye yesterday about the beach washrooms in particular, and I learned that if any changes, if we were to renovate even the bathroom stalls and make them more modern, pardon me, which is what we were discussing, and some fairly minor alterations that would make a very big cosmetic improvement. If that was done, then we would lose our grant opportunity. And so as a result of that, we've stand down, but there was a team of people ready to pitch in and help with that if that was an opportunity. So anyway, that's just a comment. There is still a lot of volunteer capability in the village. The question I have regards property that the village owns that's adjacent to properties that we own, and changes that are made to those. Over the roughly 15 years that we've been here, there's been about a handful of occasions where we woke up one afternoon or woke up in the morning and then saw in the afternoon that there had been changes to our property. And one example was about 4 or 5 20-foot cedars that are on the lining the street were taken down to do some work on the, next to the road, but on village property adjacent to our property. Now, while this is village property, it looks like it's our property, and therefore we maintain it. There was 20-foot trees that we put in that were removed. We had to replace them, and you can't buy 20-foot trees. So there was an eyesore there. But moreover, if somebody had come and said, hey, next week we're going to come and we have to do this work there and we have to remove these trees, we would have moved the trees and we would have replanted the trees. That would have been a much better outcome. Where I'm going is, if the village needs to do work on village property that has to do with the enjoyment or the value of our property, then we should be at least informed, but preferably part of the discussion that goes to that change. And now I'm really referring specifically to the PRVs. If those PRVs were put in front of my house, I tell you, I'd be very upset. So my question is, my question is, can you confirm what the plans are for the other PRVs? And if you need to do that in a subsequent meeting due to time constraints, I can understand that.
Thank you. If I could take this as a two-part piece. One is the trees, I presume, in front of your home.
Yeah, the trees are just an example. It's not a current issue. It's long ago.
Okay,
really, my question is more towards any changes that are coming. We need to be informed in advance.
Let me just answer that one. And CFO, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There's 9 PRVs that need replacing. There's no funding in place at this time. It's part of the 5-year plan. It's sometime out in the future, so you'll hear that drum beating long ahead of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Short. Anybody else? This is the time to go live. Please do so now. We've got a big agenda tonight. I'd like to move on. And I see Mr. Shredsky, your hand's up. You've got the floor, sir.
Thank you. One note and repeated question as a second. More and more residents are opposed to the extensive parking plan as it becomes aware of its scale. The proposed parking is, in addition to areas along the streets, will compromise community members' walking safety and will harm the village character. It is also against Lions Bay OCP. We're asking councillors individually to consider it very carefully. This is a serious matter and it cannot be just washed under the table. I have a repeated question. At the meeting 3 weeks ago and by email, I asked Councillor Cunliffe a question in reference to Lions Bay Avenue connector resolution called, I believe. How do you justify spending $70,000 of our inadequate budget for walking path improvements to accommodate strollers without consultation on such demand? I understand, unfortunately, that Councillor Cunliffe cannot appear in our meetings due to family financial hardships, but at least we would like to have an answer to the question, please.
There you go. Councillor Cunliffe, can you stay muted for a minute? I don't believe there's any financial hardship, Mr. Sredsky. I think in our minutes, I've mentioned that there's a bandwidth issue for her, and with many people in our house using this, and this happens in other meetings that I attend, whether it's in TransLink or in Metro, that there's just not enough capacity sometimes. So council's accepted that Councillor Cunliffe can not be visual. As to the other one, I'll leave it for Councillor Cunliffe. You can respond in writing and that'll be fine with me. Or if you feel that you would like to respond in person, now it's okay, but writing is fine. Councillor Cunliffe, you can unmute or just stay muted and we'll presume it's written writing.
Yeah, no, I will respond and correct. It is not a financial hardship issue. It is merely bandwidth. And unfortunately, the Wi-Fi here in Lions Bay is not fantastic. We've tried different providers and to little or no better outcome. As for the passage to the beach, safety. And I do recall reading a statement from yourself and former Mayor Broughton in regards to the parking plan, that safety and pedestrian walking in the village is of paramount value to you, of which it is to me, which is why I supported that initiative.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunliffe. Thank you very much, Mr. Sredsky. I've got time for one more caller if you'd like to unmute and come live. There being none, thank you very much. And I will accelerate the public portion later on after the parking plan, which brings us next to the two delegations, which is Mayor Broughton and Michael Broughton. And for the both of you, we'll give you a second to warm up. Mayor Broughton, you're first. And it's 10 minutes all in, and I'll let you tell me whether you would prefer to use the 10 minutes or would you prefer to stop at, say, 7 or 8, you tell me, and ask for interaction. It's your call. The same for you, Mr. Broughton.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Council and Mayor McLaughlin, Councillor Abbott, Councillor Bain, Councillor Barmier, and Councillor Cunliffe. Thank you for your time this evening and for your attention and consideration. The information provided in the parking report is both helpful, easy to read, and informative. But there is a lot missing in that report, and there's a lot in that report that I hope won't go ahead. But as a village, what solutions are we seeking? Providing additional parking spaces, providing potential income to the village through parking fees. Importantly, the parking report does not provide what solution we are seeking, So just something to think about. We must not become a destination. And so I would say no to social media because it's an irreversible influx that will be created. Nothing in our official community plan and the mission of the council, or the council's mission of the Village of Lions Bay or any municipality, is to bring forward and honor the official community plan. And so we have Lions Bay, quote, Lions Bay residents value this community as a peaceful, close-knit village, deeply connected to the natural West Coast environment. We welcome visitors and we're welcoming people, but we can't become Deep Cove, Grouse Mountain, Lonsdale Key, Whistler. Our purpose is not to be a destination. Our purpose is to be a village and to have that village feeling, the village safety, the village access to our beaches. I don't know if council members know this, but Lions Bay owns 100% of its beaches, 100% of its parks, 100%. We do not take dollars from Metro. We give dollars to Metro so that we can have a free enjoyment on the other side. So I certainly am not opposed to people who don't live in Lions Bay coming, joining in and being welcomed. But an influx is a different thing as a destination, and we must avoid that. So no social media parking. We can't reverse the influx that social media would create. The impact of adding the new parking locations, and I'll just read them out. I may be missing a few, but on Bayview Road by the school, between Stewart Road and the school, there's a very narrow shoulder. Now you might perceive that the sidewalk that's there is a paved shoulder. It is not, it's a paved sidewalk. The sidewalk north of Alberta Creek, in the lowest part of Bayview Road going northbound, is also a sidewalk. And it's very important not to have cars other than knowledgeable cars, the people who live there, the residents who live there are not to park on that sidewalk. And if they're parking on the sidewalk, they need that explained to them. But certainly we shouldn't be inviting non-residents to that sidewalk. The other thing that is missing in the report, importantly for council, is the financial information. So the actual income collected, that might be the 82,000, or it might be the 50% average, 41,000. It's not clear in the report. So the actual income collected, not including outstanding unresolved parking tickets, less the expenses including the proposed budget cost of 2 full-time bylaw enforcement officers is not in the parking report, and what that per month cost would be. The cost of their devices, their uniforms, their car use. I know this is getting down to minutia, but minutia all adds up to $100,000. Office staff with concerns over dealing with concerns over parking tickets. And I think that in a previous meeting, it was said that 1 hour per ticket is being used, is being allocated. The cost of the meter infrastructure, and if there's any meter fees, does council know whether there are meter fees or not per ticket or a monthly rental fee? The number of months, and I would say from living here, walking over to living near the beach park and beach parking lots, and walking over to Kelvin Grove Park, running on Mountain Drive on Sundays, every Sunday, that April is not needed as a start time. So take the pressure off your shoulders. April is not needed as a start time. The potential cost to neighborhood safety and security is, of course, primary, and I know it's primary in your minds as well. The cars, I particularly think of Ocean View. and, you know, driving up Ocean View, and there's always somebody sort of lumbering along and they can see well, etc. There's so much parking designated on Ocean View. Now, in the parking report, the actual parking plan is at the end of the report. It should be at the beginning of the report, because maybe even some of you council members have not looked at the actual parking new locations. So those new locations, Upper Brunswick, in the neighborhood area, the Tidewater Way, Ocean View Road, the locations on Bayview Road, which actually aren't safe by the school between Stewart and the school parking lot. That shoulder, a young driver would just roll their car right into the forest. So we have to look at those safety elements. We can't have paid parking on our sidewalk, which is right there. So the cost must not envision that parking has become an income source to grow in Lions Bay. And I know how challenging it is to get income and additional income, and it's an ongoing challenge and strain for council. And I know that, and I empathize with it. But I have to caution council to not go down this road. I fully support John and Rose Studley's idea of parking spaces on Soundview and in the Upper Brunswick pit area that is not neighborhood area. And I talked to Mayor McLaughlin about this, and he explained that a lot of work had been done on this. And then when I was writing my email to council, Mayor McLaughlin, just to explain, I included this because I thought, oh gosh, maybe the provincial minister has not been talked to about it. Since then, I've thought, you know, we love the Lions Mountains. They're our namesake. We see them, they're ours. But in fact, they're not owned by us. They're owned by the provincial government. And I wonder if council can actually apply for a year-over-year grant funding for opening up our neighborhoods for that parking. I don't mean to override or not override the implementation of a parking meter at the trailhead, but I do mean this makes sense. They own the mountain. It attracts millions of dollars to this province per year. Just to give you an order of magnitude, years ago, Whistler was sending $1 million to the senior levels of government in tax revenue per day. So we know that, you know, these kinds of things attract funds for the more senior levels of government. My recommendation to council is to go slow. Begin by adding perhaps the new parking meter that's suggested at the Lions Bay trailhead, but only with the consultation of the neighborhood and community members involved. Don't be radical. Don't be reactionary, but be responsible. The parking, restrict the pay parking to the 3 sites proposed. The Lions Bay parking lot, which is already engaged, the Kelvin Grove parking lot, which would be new, and the entrance to the Lions Trailhead on Sunset would be new. But again, consult with your neighborhoods.
Mayor Broughton, could you wrap up?
Yes, thank you. Street parking in these areas will force pedestrians onto the roadway, the new areas. We have not had an injury with a pedestrian in Lions Bay, and we must keep it that way. Thank you so much, council, for your consideration this evening.
Thank you very much for coming towards us, Mayor Broughton. I appreciate your input and your advice in the matter.
Most welcome.
Thank you very much. Mr. Broughton, if you're there, if you're ready to go, we'll have you now. And again, you've got 10 minutes and we'll hear the timer. We'll start when you do.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing this presentation, Mayor McLaughlin and council. While it's hard to envision, I'm actually wanting to bring forward the wildfire hazard, which is created through the limiting of green waste pickup. So I'd like to speak to that this evening. I wish to express serious concerns on the proposal to limit green waste to 6 containers per week. as will be coming up in the garbage and recycling bylaw later this evening. It was tabled at the last meeting, March 2nd, and will be coming up again tonight. I'm concerned both about the proposal and the process used to request confirmation of that proposal. I attended the entire meeting on Zoom on March the 2nd from 7 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. adjournment. And I was particularly concerned that the motion to adopt a bylaw came forward at 10:42 p.m., which not only set rates for the utilities for 2021, but also included the suggestion for a material change in a contract with waste control services. Council was asked to pass a utilities bylaw on March the 2nd, which had, first of all, already been implemented, including a multicolor flyer, which went to the village residents on March the 1st as page 2 of the utilities tax notice. And this was prior to council knowledge, discussion, and ratification or dissent. And as I'm sure you're aware, all contracts come before council for consideration or reconsideration prior to any implementation. So this is a serious breach of protocol in my mind. Secondly, also, it had been announced to the community through the village update the previous Friday, which was February the 26th. And on March the 2nd, councillors expressed concern that they too had only become aware of the proposal and the change in the green waste limitation through the village update on February the 26th. Green waste needs to be removed to benefit the entire village and save the village from harm from wildfires. Council must remember that Lions Bay can become Pompeii in a day. Decisions must be well thought out. No contract should be made or changed without council's knowledge, discussion, and decision-making. By the way, council must also, I believe, review our sprinkling regulations, because if we have water available, we have water available in the creeks and in our tanks, then we should be using it to for sprinkling through the summer to ensure that the village is not tinder dry. Again, to prevent having materials and fuel available for wildfires. And regarding the bylaw, back to the bylaw, despite any announcements to the community or discussions with the service provider, legally, council makes this decision. Any decision regarding expenditure of village funds and reduction in services must be in council's domain. The recommendation contained in the bylaw forwarded to council by senior staff has not had the benefit of the background, the history, the values, and the knowledge of the contributing factors to the current situation about green waste collection. First of all, green waste pickup has been encouraged to remove dangerous accumulation of materials which provide fuel for wildfires. Climate change has created longer, drier summers and increased the risk of catastrophic wildfires in our community. And we have had some near misses in that regard. The suggested storage of accumulations over the limit of 6 containers of green waste week over week is contrary to the intent of removal of wildfire accelerants. The village has historically provided green waste removal for residents for this reason, and also to prevent boulevard dumping, which has begun, as the photo which I attached to my letter indicates, the very week that the bylaw went into effect, was announced, having not yet gone into effect, but was announced, there was dumping on the boulevard very nearby. By the way, each year we have traditionally got a trailer, a U-Haul trailer, $20 fee, and we've typically done the bulk of our green waste removal that way. And but not all residents have the luxury of having a vehicle with a hitch. I don't know whether it's a luxury or not, but having a vehicle with a hitch and being able to cart away some of the bulkier green waste and taking the top off. Anyway, green waste pickup has also encouraged residents not to burn when it was permissible to do so. That's no longer the case, but that's a bit of the history there. Residents have been encouraged to upgrade and maintain village boulevards for the benefit of all, and the village must partner in this. Interesting that 38% of village residents in the 2016 census were over the age of 60. That is 510 of the 1,334 residents counted were over the age of 60, and senior residents enjoy gardening and benefit from the exercise, involvement, focus, and purpose that brings. Now, whether residents themselves or someone hired by the resident places the green waste for pickup does not matter. Health, age, and other commitments are not important in this decision. However, the green waste must be picked up. The 2020 COVID-19 isolation has led to an increase in all home and locally based activities, including gardening, home maintenance, bicyclists, of course. All of these things have increased, and this will continue into 2021. To determine policy for the future based on the experience created by COVID-19 and its challenging times is not appropriate. Establishment of ongoing policy based on extraordinary events is not appropriate. It appears to be reactionary rather than solution-focused. Establishment of limitation of service without input from the community and the community that's affected, nor involvement by council is not acceptable. If senior staff has acted without appropriate input or authority, this must be addressed and resolved. The bylaw as presented on March the 2nd, 2021 must be modified and remove the limitation of green waste pickup. It is unclear to me why the village would be liable for extra costs to the waste management contract when it is not a feature of the contract as I understand it. In fact, there is additional cost due from the village. If in fact there are costs due from the village, this is a cost item created by COVID-19 and the isolation of the public health pandemic. So such a cost is an acceptable use of COVID-19 authorized funds. So this matter is perhaps an indicator of a larger concern. I noted that many of the letters which were discussed actually after 11 p.m. on March the 2nd by Councillor Bain involved concerns about lack of adequate communication and community input, sometimes involving council input, and as noted in the recent installation of the PRVs. Councillor Abbott identified at that time that Village Council had not been adequately involved in the PRV discussion, and in fact suggested that the council should be apologizing to the residents for this. If council had been involved, the wisdom of ensuring residents directly impacted by the PRV installation and buildings, the idea of them having advance warning and information would, I believe, have been raised, and council members would have made sure that it happened. Also, it's important to note that 2 letters were received and reviewed at the March 2nd meeting from former Mayor Carl Burr. The first questioned the effectiveness of council's current communication to and from village residents, and I quote, stating, "Even as an informed and issues-aware former member of council, I'm not sure that I'm aware of everything I want to be aware of." And then there's a second letter, which was actually written 4 weeks later than the first one, from former Mayor Burr, and it was his resignation from the Infrastructure Committee, stating his willingness to return should there be an effective, proactive mandate for input and communication to and from the Infrastructure Committee. And I'm paraphrasing there and trying to.
Did you conclude, Mr. Broughton?
Okay, thank you. Community members must be informed and involved and consulted in all matters that affect them. A more fulsome consultation will prevent the need for reactivity. I request that council tonight remove the limitation on green waste when it reconsiders the bylaw a little bit later this evening, and that the policies of any and all of our surrounding communities and the personal experience and opinions of our senior staff while they are interesting and may be helpful, they cannot determine how green waste is handled in the village of Lions Bay. So I thank you very much for your consideration and ask that you remove that limitation from bylaw 591. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your participation, Mr. Broughton, and relative to your delegation, the two key points regarding the creation of wildfire hazards. I greatly appreciate you connecting the dots historically and currently on the issue, and on the issue of concerns about the process, which don't involve council prior to implementation. I think we won't deal with the second one tonight, but we will deal with the first one in about 20 minutes if I can get going. So thank you very much again for your.
Very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the public delegation. Moving on to item number 7, review and approval of the minutes of the prior meeting, which is the March the 2nd meeting. And I'll put forward the motion that the regular council meeting minutes of March 2nd be approved as circulated. I'll put forward that motion. Can I have an indication? Thank you very much, Councillor Bain. The second, any discussion, any changes, any amendments? I have none. I know that the business arising is pretty stacked up tonight. So if there's no other changes, we'll move on. Please advise, unmute the councillors if you wish to speak.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. I'll presume everything's fine as min. I'll call a motion on the approval of the minutes. All those in favor, please confirm by saying yes.
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 Thank you very much. Business arising, as I mentioned, we're pretty stacked up tonight. I didn't see anything missing from carried forward. Unless I did, is there anybody else who saw something that's not on our agenda tonight?
I just have one question on the business arising on page 13. It talks about insurance for the signage project. Is that covered under the Trailblazers insurance? And I think I asked Carla because that wasn't attached. And I'll be honest, I haven't gone back and looked at all the on-table items, whether we got that as a late submission.
Yeah, give a response.
Sorry, the question is,
That on page 13 of the previous minutes, the signage project talks about insurances. Is that insurance signage project covered under the Trailblazers insurance we're talking about later?
yes.
Yes. Okay, any other business arising, Councillor Abbott?
That was all.
No, thank you very much. Moving on to unfinished business, item number 9. And I'll quickly get through this so we can get to the service provider agreements and then on to the garbage and recycling collection bylaw. I'll be quick. Item number 173. Councillor Cunliffe, have you done your response?
Sorry, which page was that on?
Page 2 of 302. You posed some correspondence to a resident from January. I'll take that as a no.
I would say no. Apologies.
Thank you very much. Item number 178, CAO to John.
No, I have not.
You have not. Thank you. Councillor Bain, Mr. Schneider, yes.
I believe we have contacted him. I don't remember promising to come back in April about it. I'll check into it tomorrow.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you did respond, so I think that's a strike. Thank you. Councillor Bain to Mr. Dudley.
That come back in April, that's in a reference to the mayor made the statement that it's coming back to council in April, that discussion about urban containment.
That's hopefully we're going to see the Metro officials then. Excuse me. Councillor Bain, a response to Mr. Dudley or Mrs. Dudley.
It's got R. Dudley here. I don't recall saying I was going to respond to Rose Dudley. I'm not sure what that was about.
We'll leave it with you to sort out for next meeting.
Well, it seems that as I was a dissenter for the project, I'm probably not the best one to respond to a person asking questions about it.
Well, I can tell you that I responded on the cell tower and I voted in favor of it. And I believe Councillor Abbott can do something similar. So I think I'd like you to respond, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain, actually, did we do a sandwich board outside the office tonight? Yes, we did. Thank you. That's done. And thank you to Mrs. Luthi. Councillor Abbott, the next three on the PRVs, I'm sure you have done all three.
They were a little late for the agenda package. I think they're in the on-table items that I have.
I saw them electronically. I know they're done. Thank you. CFO Rook, to Mr. Waller, did we respond or are we going to?
We did verbally in the meeting.
Did verbally? Okay, thank you. And taxes responded. Okay, so that's just nothing. Councillor Bain for Mrs. Zordigan.
I have phoned her and spoke with her already.
Thank you very much. I have responded to Mrs. May, Councillor Bain, and Councillor Abbott. I know you're in cahoots on the dog partner, and I've got it. Mrs. Potgieter.
Yes, I've responded.
Thank you very much. And I know Councillor Abbott, you've done the PRV. Thank you. And Councillor Bain to Mayor Broughton on the village finances. Have you done that?
No, I was totally unaware of this one. I'll see what I can do about it, though.
Okay, we've got a couple left over. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Back to 191. I have spoken to Francis Porchetta and I have spoken to 2 other residents about that. But I don't think on tonight's stacked agenda, I'll bother with an update. It'll be later, but we can put it down for some later council meeting.
Thank you. We'll leave it with you. Thank you very much for your diligence on that. And which brings us, thank you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Bain, you're coming to the end of your correspondence replies. I know you can hardly wait. Which brings us to item 9B, which is the MIA service provider agreements. On your package, they're on page 25. The motion on the floor for March 2nd is, I'll just read the first one, the 50th anniversary committee moved, seconded that the draft service provider agreement attached between the Village of Lions Bay and the Village of Lions Bay 50th anniversary committee be approved, and that the agreement be forwarded to the Village of Lions Bay 50th anniversary committee for execution, and then forwarded to the Municipal Insurance Association with a payment of $250. One can presume I'll read virtually the identical thing on the Trailblazers, so that'll be the second one. Those were moved and seconded and tabled. So we'll now untable them, and CAO DeJong, if I could get you to lead this piece, and then we'll go back through discussion.
Okay, so as noted in the report, these are agreements and coverages that are available just within the last 5 years. MIA created the product. It's an adjunct to our primary insurance policy with MIA, which is the Municipal Insurance Association. People covered under this are providing a service that the municipality would otherwise provide or cover in terms of their volunteer program if we had sufficient capacity to oversee volunteers to the extent that would suffice for coverage under our primary policy, which we don't. So this provides an alternative methodology for ensuring that people who are doing things out in the community on behalf of the municipality can be covered. And both of these groups will be performing such services in 2021. And therefore we put it forward. I have discussed both policies with the lead personnel from each group, and they're both fine with it.
And does that conclude, CAO?
Yeah.
There you go. And I will go back to the floor. And my recommendation to council is to not get into the weeds on this section. The simple request is for adequate coverage for our volunteers at a thrifty price. The request is yes or no. And with that, I'll open up the floor, and being aggressive tonight because I really don't want to be here at midnight. So I'm going to go in reverse order to the councillors. If there's any questions, then we'll go through and then we'll conclude. Councillor Cunliffe, do you have any questions?
No, I'm a yes.
Thank you. No questions. And Councillor Bain, any questions?
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barmy, any questions?
No, I think we should be looking at expanding it, and I support it the way it is now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott, any questions?
Statement more than a question, I guess. I'm not ready to vote yes or no. I think the item C1 on the agenda is an aligned item, and I think in that one we're going to get into a larger discussion about other means of potentially of creating insurance for resident activities. So I would like to finish that conversation before we went yes and no on this one.
That's a much
That's my
bigger.
reason for asking.
They're two different issues.
Yeah.
The CAO concurs with me. They're two different issues, so no.
I'll abstain.
On discussion?
I'll abstain from this voting on this because I don't believe there should be two separate issues.
Okay, thank you. And you do recognize an abstention is a yes?
How the voting works.
I beg your pardon?
I do not understand how the voting works. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any last chance for discussion on the two motions that are on the floor? Last call, there being none, I'll call a motion. All those in favor, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
I
Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you. We've done with that. Moving on to the garbage and recycling collection bylaw number 455, 2013 amendment bylaw number 591, 2021, which is on your package, page 33, starting there. So the motion on the floor from March the 2nd, the regular council meeting, was moved in second that garbage and recycling collection bylaw, as I've just read, be read a first, second, and third time. So that is standing. And CAO, if you could make your comments before we go to discussion.
Okay, I know you've all read the report, which outlines the status of the matter. I want to emphasize we're between, in an option period where we don't have the right to insist on a particular way of doing business under the collection contract with Waste Control Services. The option to renew for this year coming up, and the one that we just went through was in accordance with a mutual agreement kind of provision in the contract. So moving forward for the final potential year, it was 3 years plus 2 one-year options. This is the final one. And so we need to have a way of moving forward by mutual agreement. Our plan is to put out an RFP this summer or early fall and select a contractor for the next go round beginning next April. Select the contractor, provide the notice, and start the next contract April 1st. So we have a year to get through. We have to figure out how we're going to do that. The current contractor has indicated that they cannot continue to collect the green waste without limits on the quantities. It presents issues in terms of the capacity of the truck to collect the excess waste, having to make extra trips, but that's not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is the significant increase in tonnage in 2020 over 2019. And the fact that over the last 3, and in fact, including the 4th year, the contractor has actually absorbed a number of increases in tonnage, as well as increases in tipping fees set by Metro. They did so without balking, and they've been good to work with in that respect. But the increase in yard waste over the past year is pushed the envelope too far, and so we have to figure out a way to deal with that. So the options really come down to if council, council has the option to either set a limit as proposed for the bylaw amendment, to limit the amount of green waste to a reasonable amount, looking around all of Metro, everybody has restrictions. They vary from municipality to municipality. On the North Shore, the two north bands have a 1 bag limit. West Band has a 6 bag limit. And when I say bag limit, that's the container plus 5 more bags. So if you've got a secure container for your food waste, you can add some yard waste to it, but you only get 5 extra bags. So you have a total of 6 bags and or containers. If you don't have any containers, you can have 6 bags. And so that's the way that West Band's bylaw works, and everybody else seems to be lower. If the option, if council does not want to put a restriction on the amount of yard waste to be collected, then what will happen is that we will need to take over payment directly for tipping fees to Metro, which is how all of the other Metro municipalities do business. We're the only ones in all of Metro that do it through the contractor. So it's a bit unusual in that sense. So if we don't want to put a limit on, then we'll have to pay the Metro tipping fees directly. And so there is some risk in terms of increased costs, not only for yard waste, but also for garbage waste and recyclables, which for which the amounts have gone up similarly, or not similarly, but they have gone up. And so in order to do that, as you know, we already set the utilities limit and sent out the invoices for solid waste utility fees. I think it's $354 for a single family household. And included in that is, sorry, not included in that, but if there's to be no limit, then we'll have to figure out a way to pay for any overages, which we may face on all 3 streams this year. And when we go out to RFP, we fully expect that no other contractors, and this contractor neither, will offer an unlimited yard waste pickup fee included in an all-inclusive price. So we will, in the future, be paying tipping fees directly to Metro, and we will be the ones who will have to figure out whether and how to pay for excesses over and above estimates. I would also like to point out that it is about, over the past year, it's been about 10% of all households in Lions Bay that have exceeded what we suggested as the limit. So it's a very small fraction of residents who are producing the excess waste. And some of them, at least one for sure, is a commercial entity. So there are, you know, I guess it's up to council whether the whole community is going to pay for the excesses of about 10%. That's where we sit.
Thank you very much, CAO. And just before we go on, Municipal Coordinator, I believe I read off the agenda that this was moved and seconded, and yet on the sheet, it's asking for a recommendation. So we are already in from carry forward. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. So we are live, and we've had the CAO report. We are in discussion. I'll go first, and I'll hand it to my council members. Again, on this one, I think let's not get into the history. I think very recently, Mr. Broughton has articulated that quite well, so we know why we're here. Here is where we are, and I think the CAO's report is pretty specific and pretty accurate. And I'll cut to the quick on the issue. The issue is recognizing the additional cost to the provider due to the capacity and Metro fee increases. So that's it in the NITS, and what we're going to do about it, which is the suggestion is continue for the next year and then move on. I'm going to, I'll be quiet after that, other than to say the next time we hear about somebody asking us to leave Metro, think about where you're gonna put your garbage and your waste. I'll open it to the floor, and again, I'll go in reverse order this time. So Councillor Abbott, if you could be first up on your questions, any points of discussion? Sorry, who did? Oh, Norm, just hold down Councillor Abbott. Currently, Councillor Barmier was first up.
Yeah, and you know what? I just wanted to ask some questions. I don't really have too much commentary to add, but I was just curious if anyone had challenged the math, the basic math of it. You know, if they're making an allowance for 6 bags every week for 500 homes, you know, we're at 3,000 bags. That's 12,000 bags a month. Do they actually send enough trucks every week to accommodate, you know, the 3,000 bags that we're paying for? Or are they just stuck on a few houses putting more than 6 bags out, so they're feeling sort of inconvenienced? Again, just a question. So I guess my questions are, how many trucks do they actually send? Do they send enough trucks to cover the allowance that we're paying for, which is 6 bags per house for every house in the village every week? Has anyone actually gone through that math to see if we're getting good value for what we're paying for? Yeah, so I would just want to leave it at that.
CAO?
Yeah, I did ask those questions of the contractor, asked about what's the capacity of the truck. It's just 1 truck each week, I believe. And so if we were all within the limit of 6 containers, then that truck would have the capacity every week. But as it is, it's a weight issue. So they have to estimate what the weight is, because it's gonna vary, or it can vary depending on what's been left out. So it hasn't been very often that they've actually had to go and then come back. But it's a little bit the having to do a second trip, but that's not the key issue. The key issue is the quantities and the tonnage and the cost of that excess tonnage. And that math has all been thoroughly vetted.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barmier. Councillor Abbott, questions?
Okay, so I just focus on the math and the tonnage first. First, an obvious statement. If we're getting penalized for tonnage, the biggest issue is not the number of bags, it's the bags that get left out on a Monday and are sitting there in the rain until Friday in soggy paper bags, which probably weigh orders of magnitude more than they would have if they were dry. So how we deal with it is probably the bigger issue if it really is about tonnage. I have no doubt that we do not average 6 bags a household. You can drive around any Friday morning and confirm that. Even if someone did have 12 or 14 bags, the average in the street is never more than 6. If we look at the math that was provided in the report, which says, and we accept WCS's math, they're saying extra 100 tons since 2017. Then they say year on year, which is 50% increase. Then they say year on year, 27% last year. So if we agreed to pay them 27% of the 100 tons, which is 50%, so half of the 100 tons, say 50 tons, and we pay the tipping fee on the delta. I calculated Metro charges $80 a ton. I calculated it should be around $4,000 to $5,000. CAO, I think in another email said 7.5. So we're looking at it a little differently. Maybe he's looking at the full amount and I'm only looking at the year on year. But at the end of the day, I agree, we're now stuck in a rock and a hard place, because either our garbage isn't getting picked up in 2 weeks' time. So we really are getting held over a barrel. And I wonder how we got to that point, given that in the utilities budget discussion, we agreed to a 3% increase. At that time, why didn't we know it was a 3% increase plus a few $1,000s for tipping? And if we'd known that, we might have been able to deal with it at the time. So those are my thoughts on the math. And I think the question is it arguably say it's $5,000, we agree for another year, paid on the excess tipping fee, or do we have to go back and change the bylaw and change how residents deal with their green waste now? I think that's the question we're being asked. And then depending on how we decide to go forward, I guess I've got some more comments on the way the actual bylaw is written, but we'll keep that for now. I believe there was the CEO mentioned a local landscaper. I'm not aware of that. But the statement in the report that local landscapers from outside of Lions Bay are bringing their green waste here because it's free, I find that really hard to believe. First of all, you'd have to have a resident that's colluding with you, and I find that unlikely. I think the next statement about the pandemic and people being at home is probably more likely to be the issue. And yes, and as Mr. Broughton said earlier, in that case, why couldn't we take it out of the COVID relief money? So those are my thoughts on our options and the contract for now. And if we go to the actual bylaw, I have a few other thoughts.
Do you have a recommendation you prefer, Councillor Abbott? You've made a bunch of points, but we're back to the issue. It's on the floor.
So just before he does that, perhaps I can provide just a bit of information addressing one of the suppositions that was made about how much revenue the contractor was making. I can tell you that in 2020, the combined disposal, tipping fees, and the operational costs exceeded the budgeted revenue for organics from Lions Bay. So it had gone from an amount that was a much lower percentage of revenue to being a significantly higher proportion of revenue, and putting the contractor in a position of untenable continuation on that basis. So I don't want to get into any specific numbers in an open meeting, but it was clearly an untenable situation as far as how it had evolved.
I accept that. I accept that. I don't have any visibility on the numbers, and I don't care to. But I'm just questioning, and just dawned on me when we were talking about, we already set the utility fee at the time. We gave them a 3% increase, which I assume they asked for. And we should, you should have known then that he wanted a 3% increase plus some tipping fee. Anyway, we are where we are. We gave them a 3% increase. And now for me, it's a question of whether we pay the additional tipping fee, and I think it needs to be negotiated, should only be this year because he accepted last year's. And I think that's, somewhere $4,000 to $5,000. Or if we need to change this bylaw right now, and if it can come out of COVID money, I'd like to think that's a suggestion that we should consider.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Bain, any questions, comments?
Whoops. Yeah. The two councillors have pointed out the mathematics issues that sound quite reasonable to me. One of the things that kind of bothers me about this is it can be renewed when it's mutually agreed. Well, it looks to me more like dictated to us by the contractor rather than us agreeing to it. Like, what options do we have? I mean, I think we need to fight back on behalf of the residents of Lions Bay, who a contractor is wanting to change things, and challenge them on it. I didn't hear any opposition to it so far that I know. And I think the increased comments that Michael Broughton had mentioned due to more people staying at home are really valid. And this may be a blip on the map of a high rate right now. But who knows, as the COVID thing relaxes, we may not have the same deal. But, and again, if it's only 10% of the people exceed the 6 bags limit anyhow, we're talking about a very small issue. And I can't believe they're going to be 10% of the population is going to be a huge tonnage increase on the total. It seems more to me that, I don't know, I don't know the business plan or anything, but it seems to me that the contractor planned better and foresaw increases coming, they would have increased their capacity and not needed second trips out here. I don't know. I'm just not happy with this at all. And I think somehow I would direct staff to push back and say Lions Bay is not happy with the change of conditions.
What's your suggested pushback? Do you have a negotiation strategy?
Yeah,
And that is?
I'll leave it up to them to find a way to get the residents satisfied that they're being fought for.
Correct me if I'm wrong, CAO, have they not told us they're unhappy and don't want to continue?
No, the options are put a restriction on the number of bags, or we simply pay them for hauling and we pay the tipping fees. So if it costs more when it comes to the tipping fees, then we pay it. It's pretty straightforward. It's option A or option B.
Good, hold that thought.
So Peter, sorry, can you expand on that a little bit? Does that mean we could potentially be paying less than we're paying now if they're in fact only picking up maybe 1 or 2 bags a week from every house? Or are you saying there's a fixed number and then above that we pay more?
The public works manager is looking to answer that.
So essentially, what we're paying for is the actual volume of waste generated. So in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, and moving forward, all haulers haul to metro facilities. Their trucks are weighed going in and they're weighed going out. And what we do know is that the volume of green waste has increased dramatically, whether that's due to COVID or whether that's due to plants growing faster or whatever the reason is, the volume of green waste entering Metro's landfills have increased, and that's resulting in increased costs. And
Okay,
it's
so
unreasonable. And it's unreasonable to expect a contractor to absorb those costs.
Yeah, but we don't get an invoice per trip to Metro, right? We pay a fixed price contract. Doesn't matter how much they haul out there. So what they're seeing is probably we're biting into their profit margins now because previous years they didn't have this blip on the radar. So what I'm asking is, could we have an option to just pay for what we actually take to the dump? So we get a different invoice every month, because some months maybe we don't have any green waste. Is that on the table, or are they just looking to protect their profit margin?
They've already absorbed significant increases that Metro has put on lower mainland municipalities. And I think the CAO put it best. They've reached the breaking point. They can't absorb anymore.
CAO, you did say this to Councillor Barmier's question, which is we pay the tipping fees. That's one of your 2 choices, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think what he's asking is, can we simply continue under the way we've been doing it? However, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Barmeyer, if there's excess fees, then we pay the excess fees. I think I more or less put that kind of a proposition on the table early days, and basically was told that no, we're already doing things way differently for Lions Bay than we do for anybody else, and nobody else does it our way, and that if we want to change, if we don't want to have restrictions on the number of yard waste, because it does present issues in terms of truck capacity and having to make extra trips, as well as the tipping fees, then they would just say, we'll just do the hauling. We'll agree on the price for the hauling. It's pretty straightforward. We can pull it out quite easily because their invoices are broken down quite nicely. So we would just pay for the hauling and we would pay for the tipping fees. And that's the way everybody else does it. So that's our option, is one or the other at this point to get us through to next year. And then we'll see what other people are willing to offer. I suspect we'll be with this same dilemma going forward.
So just so I can, just for layman's terms here for me to understand, the fixed price would be the haul back and forth. The variable cost would be the tipping fee depending on how much they pick up. So yeah, if we did that for a year, we could see what happens at the end of the year, whether we've whether we've gone over or under, and just be harder to budget, right? That would be Pam's challenge, because it's not really a fixed price you can budget for.
Yeah, I think that it's a fair comment to say that in this particular year, we could probably draw from the COVID grant money. She's nodding yes. However, going forward, we would have to estimate on the high side so that we always have sufficient monies if what we need to build up basically a rate stabilization fund, so that if we're off on our estimates, we have enough money to pay the invoices from what's been taxed to the residents.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay.
So back to the issue.
Can I just, sorry, I did put my hand up. Can I just?
Yep, sorry.
Sorry, Peter, I'm just still going back based on what you said. It doesn't seem logical. They had a certain amount of tipping fees that they had budgeted to do. Surely we should only pay the difference if we do decide to go that route.
We're not under a contract for the next year though, Councillor Abbott. In the past, in the first 3 years, they had an estimate of what the tipping fees were going to be and what the tonnage was going to be. It was all based on our previous histories of what our tonnages were. So they made an estimate, they entered into a fixed term contract, and they lived up to that contract, even though Metro hiked the rates like 30% over 3 years. The 3 years, and that cost them probably $16,000 that they absorbed because they didn't have any way out of that. They were stuck with it. Going forward, we have mutually agreed terms or not. So if we don't enter into a mutual agreement as to how this is going to work, we can't force the issue. We can't say you have to give us the same fixed term contract that you gave us before. They don't have to give us that at all. They can.
Sorry, so when did we sign the contract? When does it expire?
It expires in a week. March 31st.
There's an option to extend. How can you have an option to extend even if it's mutual otherwise? That's not based on the existing contract. That must be the basis that you negotiate on. What's the point of an option to extend if it has no basis?
If you're saying that the basis has to be the existing contract and what happened over the term of the existing contract, well, you take a look at what happened over the term of the existing contract and the tonnages increased dramatically. So they're looking at that saying, we're not going to do it based on what has happened in the past year. So either we need to limit the amount that you're giving us in terms of the tonnages, or you can pay the tipping fees and we'll just haul it.
There you go. Thank you very much, CEO. Councillor Cunliffe.
Yeah, I guess what seems to be the biggest sticking point is the 6 bags, which Councillor Barmeyer pointed out is 3,000 bags a week. Could we not reword the bylaw or the negotiation to make people happy, to make the contractor happy, that we will not exceed this set amount as opposed to limiting it to per household? I myself, I don't believe I've ever in a decade put out 6 bags in 1 week. I would be more than happy to have my neighbor drag their excess bags over to my house or allot them the ability to use my excess bags. Is there something that we could do? I realize we are within a rock and a hard place here. And if this is the sticking point, then for the very few percent, 5 to 10% that are exceeding that, could that not be absorbed by the broader village on a whole?
So I'll go out on a limb here and say, I don't think that the contractor estimated that they were going to pick up 3,000 bags a week. Nobody was going to put out 6, and not every household is going to put out 6 bags a week. They would know from experience in other municipalities that that's just not going to happen. So there's going to be a range, and maybe the average is, if the most is 6 and the least is 1 or none, then maybe the average is 3. And they've got capacity to do that. But if you don't have that limit on the upper end, then it's going to throw your average out, and you're not going to have the capacity that you estimated you would have to do the job. So I think that's more or less where we're at.
Thank you very much, CAO. If I can draw everybody back into the question and the decision without getting into the peripheral. Let's be quick about this. The contract comes to an end. The contract will be negotiated by our professional staff over a period of time. Contractor appears to have been losing money over the last little while. Whether there's more bags, less bags, that's neither here nor there at this point. What the contractor has said is that generously 6 bags per household, case closed. Or the alternative is we pay the tipping fees in the interim. That is what is before council. So the motion on the floor is the 6 bags. So if you don't go for the motion, then you must go for the other one.
I would take exception to that because I've been muted. Okay. Am I on or not?
Yeah, we can hear you, Fred.
You're on,
We can
Fred.
hear you.
You're live.
Yeah, I don't think it's either or. For example, the 6 bag limit is restrictive on people's behavior. And I don't think it's going to solve the problem, quite frankly, because one neighbor will just move theirs to the other neighbor's spot, like Councillor Conliffe mentioned. I think can't they make an estimate of the increase and charge us for the increase of the amount that of tonnage they expect and carry us through to the end of the contract rather than putting an arbitrary 6 bag limit on it when it's not going to solve the problem. As has been mentioned, that everybody put out 6, you'd have way too much anyhow.
Councillor Abbott, CAOs might be mulling on that one. We are really getting in the weeds on this one. It's not about, just a second, Councillor Abbott. It's not, we really are in the weeds. It's about continuance of the contract till the RFP goes out. And the choices, as I see it, are the hybrid opportunities are multiple. It's about what is the easiest, what's the most understandable, what is the most good for the most people. And the 2 choices, we've already talked about that. Councillor Abbott.
I don't think we've addressed the choices. CEO's challenged my math. It's not just on the delta, it's on the full tipping fee. What is the number? I don't even anyone knows the question yet. What is the number? Is it 6 bags versus paying $7,500, which I thought was thrown around at one point out of the COVID money? Or what is the number, and can we take it from the COVID money? Frame the question and then we can move on.
You've answered the COVID money. Yes, we can take it out of the COVID money.
CFO has already answered that we can pay the excess in COVID money.
This was answered 15 minutes ago.
And the value is, how much are we paying?
Not quite sure, but I'm guessing, let me just go back to email here.
It's $100 per metric ton from Metro. That's their tipping fee.
It's
$80
for Metro and $100 for North Van. I checked. What's the number?
It's
probably about $8,000. Be my guess. Somewhere between 7 and 8. That's my best estimate at this point in time. If we have the same numbers as 2020.
Councillor Abbott.
Well, I'm pleased we now have the question framed. I was hoping to hear from others first.
Well, the suggestion would be then, the easiest would probably be, we go with what is and we absorb the difference for approximately $8,000, if I've got that right, CAO.
Yeah, that's assuming that we don't have any overages on garbage or recycling. Because we do responsible for all the tipping fees.
And if we put some measures in place to encourage people not to leave wet waste out, I think we can manage that number down, because I'm sure that's a bigger problem than the number of bags.
Well, let's just again, to get to a harder number, let's say we're partially out, let's say the 8 becomes 10. It's come out of the COVID-19 restart fund. The contract's going to lapse, go to RFP. We're going to get the global specter on things within the short period. Would that not seem the easiest way out of this, CAO, to John?
Yeah.
There we go. How would you amend the motion on the floor?
If the objective is that we're going to take over the tipping fees and just pay for hauling, then we would I don't know that we would actually need to bother with amending the bylaw at this point in time. We just broke out definitions with respect to food waste and yard trimmings comprising what green waste is. Not that anything's going to turn on that in the year ahead. If this is what we're doing, then I think the previous bylaw already stipulated how much food waste you could leave out.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I don't see it in the consolidated track change version. And I don't know if it was there before or not, so.
So it's your suggestion that the status quo will suffice?
Sorry, I'm just gonna ask Mr. Jafford, do you remember if the existing bylaw has the limit of 45 liters for food waste?
No, sorry.
Okay, I'll just look it up quickly, sorry.
Okay, we'll pause for a minute on this one.
Okay.
While we're doing that, municipal coordinator, I'll be turning to you in a minute if the status quo remain, how we dispel what we have in motion.
Well, while we're doing that, can I make another suggestion on the bylaw? Put my hand up.
Yep.
Can we change 0.9 on the bylaw that it is not only your garbage and garbage receptacles that need to be kept free of running water? And we make it, you have to keep your green waste receptacles free of flowing water as well. And that will keep the tonnage down. We already have a thing, you can either use craft paper bags or you can use compostable recycling bags. Why don't we just make it compostable recycling bags and have to be closed? And that way people can put out as much as they like, but it's not going to get soggy and wet. We won't be paying for tons of water. I think that would be a more pertinent change and more effective change. Also, while I'm at it, last time I pointed out that we allow wood soiled paper that is not waxed, but your cardboard must be waxed. And I still think that's wrong. Why do you have to wax your cardboard and not your paper? So I think we should make that change. I did point it out last time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Abbott. CAO, back to you.
I don't see any limit on the food waste in here, but if there's other changes, I think we should just push it, and Councillor Abbott can put forward what he thinks are additional changes that he'd like to see. We can vet it properly and bring it back as an amendment. I don't think anything is that pressing at the moment, other than whether or not yard waste was going to be restricted. So if we're not doing that, let's just push. Well, no, not table it. Just I think
confirm with amendment.
Not proceed with one of the options was provide alternative direction to staff. So. We're not doing option 1. We're doing option 2. Do not give the bylaw any readings. Direct staff to proceed with arrangements for billing and payment of all tipping fees for solid waste, recycling, and green waste directly with Metro, with hauling fees only being continued for the final year of the contract. So as so amended with the waste control services. So I would suggest that option 2 be read as the motion. And that,
but we've already got the motion.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I guess you got to vote on the motion. Well, the best thing to do is vote on the motion and vote it down and then bring forward a new motion for option 2.
Okay, so let's just recap then. So the motion which is on the floor is substantially for the as-is 6 bags max. That's the motion on the floor. Councillor Abbott, your hand is still up. Do you have something? Thank you. The alternative is a combination of minor things, of which let's call it, for the sake of argument, the tipping fee is part of it. And there were some other items that Councillor Abbott suggested as well.
Yeah, I think just vote down the bylaw,
Okay.
vote down the bylaw amendments, and as an adjunct to the option 2 that I just read out,
Okay.
add in that staff come back with different bylaw amendments that address minor tweaks to the bylaw as suggested by staff and council.
And it'll have the cost piece on it too,
The cost piece on,
which we're going to absorb.
I've already provided
Okay,
an
thank you.
estimate. I'm not sure.
All right.
Can try
Good enough.
and drill down on it if you like.
Nope, that's good enough. Thank you very much. So in a second, I will call a motion. The recommendation from staff, and mine as well, is that it be not approved and it'll come back in the April meeting with minor amendments. I will call a motion now. All those in favor of the motions that are on the floor, please confirm by saying yes.
I'm a little confused. Are we first voting it down and then
Entirely
voting the
clear
other?
what we're voting on, actually,
So,
sorry.
yeah, I think you just need to call the questions.
I did.
It's
Did call a question.
moved and seconded for first, second, and third reading. That's the motion.
Can I call the question?
I think you added a bunch of other stuff in there.
Okay,
Sorry.
let's call the question again. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? No. No.
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank you very much. CEO.
Sorry, moving on would be, it would be appreciated if someone would move a motion to adopt option 2, which was do not give the bylaw any readings, direct staff to proceed with arrangements for billing and payment of all tipping fees for solid waste recycling and green waste directly with Metro, with hauling fees only being continued for the final year of the contracts as so amended.
Okay, I'll put forward that motion, which is identical to that on page 35, dead center. We'll ask for a seconder. Can you please have a hand or a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Call the motion. All those in favor? Yes, please.
Aye.
Yes. Thank you. Carrie.
But sorry, as a final thing, then provide direction to staff to come back with amendments, further amendments to recommend
And-
minor amendments to the bylaw
Okay,
to address housekeeping.
Okay. Also a motion to ask staff to bring this back with the housekeeping changes we talked. I'll put that forward. Can I have a second as well? Thank you. All those in favor? Yes, please. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank
Can
you.
I make a comment at the end?
Yes.
I see there's an opportunity here for a campaign in the village of reducing your output. And the ideas like Councillor Abbott mentioned about reducing the amount of water in it to cut down our tonnage. And we could make this sort of an interesting promotion to help cut down the tipping costs.
Okay.
Good call, Fred. I was just going to say that the Climate Action Committee will definitely look at education piece on waste reduction. So
Thank you very much. All right, so we are taken away. Next up, item number 10, report staff. And the motion is that on the evacuation planning update, which is on page 51 of your packages, and the staff recommendation is that the evacuation planning update be received. And I believe, Mr. Whitney, you are here and you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Briefly, as it's already been a very long evening, we did not get the grant that we had applied for through UBCM. However, that doesn't mean we cannot move forward with some updates to the evacuation planning. We have outlined some of the steps that we've identified that need to be done. We're going to develop a workflow for how we should achieve those steps, and then we'll take it to the Emergency Program Committee to vet those steps, see if anything else can be added. We're going to look at holding some meetings with the stakeholders that will be involved with evacuation planning as outlined in the report, to see how we can make sure that our evacuation planning works with their evacuation planning. We also want to conduct some town hall meetings through Zoom with the different neighborhoods to reach out and get public input on the evacuation planning, tentatively in May to June. After that, we will conduct the work to update the evacuation planning, hopefully meet with the Emergency Program Committee in September again to finalize those changes and report back to council in October 2021. The timeline is tentative based on 16-hour work weeks and everybody's meetings being able to work out together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitney. Council members, any questions? I'll start actually, Mr. Whitney. I appreciate the follow-up action, of which there's many. Would it be possible for us to have an update in July before we take the August break as to where you are with this?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Won't try to keep this too long. The grant, the failure on the grant. Do we have any lessons learned on that? Did we get in the front of the lineup, or were we a bit late? Or do we have any reason to understand why we weren't chosen?
All we understand is it was a heavily oversubscribed grant due to COVID-2021 or COVID-19. The grant application process was delayed, which gave a lot more communities the opportunity to apply for it. So with the heavy oversubscription, they had a lot of hard choices to make with a very limited amount that they could give for the grants.
So we did get our application in the front of the line.
We did apply early, yes.
Just a few other things on some of these other points. I would like to suggest that there's been some work done by residents, which I know you're aware of, Robert, with Councillor Bain in years gone by, and there's been a fair bit of work done about this evacuation planning. And I know it's not the evacuation plan the way you see it or the way it's laid out, but I would like to think we could do something with that work and thought that had been done before to get something out that's better than what we have at the moment. And I think I would like to see us get something draft or an improvement on what we currently have earlier, not report back in October. I honestly would like to see us not go through another summer season without getting an improvement on this plan. So my suggestion is circle back, Councillor Bain and others, look at what people's thoughts were and get something out earlier, July preferably, and not wait until October before we report back to council. Does that sound doable to you? Do you think there's anything we can work with there?
We can definitely look at how we can incorporate what has been done with what's already in place with the evacuation planning from previous years. Evacuation plans take it's a very long developed process to develop the actual plan, and I hesitate to rush to put things out. With that said, definitely we can look at what has been done by Councillor Bain and others and see what we can bring in from that.
I think an improvement is better than nothing, and I think I'd like to see that before the summer.
Shall we leave it as that's your ask?
I'm thinking
Yeah, so I
Councillor
guess-
Bain puts his hand up and volunteers and wants to get involved.
Well, it's subject to Mr. Whitney's time, depending, he's working the 16 hours on this. And he's not being drawn into another issue.
I understand that, and I've asked Mr. Whitney, and he thinks he can do that. But I'm looking at Councillor Bain. I asked two people. I'm not sure if I maybe should have done that before the meeting and not put him on the spot. But anyway, I've done it.
Well, is your suggestion that we form sort of a resident committee to assist in the planning? I'm not sure exactly how this would look.
Looking at the committee that you started trying to put together a year or two ago, and what they came up with, and see if we can weave that into the plan and have a better plan earlier and a final plan later.
Well, it's doable if it's council's direction.
So if I can comment, I think I thought you were addressing, Councillor Abbott, the paragraph number 4 at the bottom of page 53, which was develop community literature to provide some guidance on what to do and what to expect during evacuations. And it goes on to talk about what kind of information that generally comprises. And, you know, we can draw from other examples of this kind of information and pamphlet. You know, these things are generally fairly common sense, but everything's in one place. And so it's a good source of information that people can turn to when they need to turn to it in a hurry. One of its purposes is for that. So I think maybe why don't we concentrate on that and see what we can do towards achieving something that we can put out that addresses some of these issues and meets those objectives a little earlier than waiting until the end with all the details. And a lot of the details don't end up going into the public realm. You know, there's always an operational plan and a public plan. And the operational plan isn't necessarily going to be shared with the public. So you draw from the generalities of the plan and you publish the information that people need to know in order to prepare and what to do when the time comes. So I think that's perhaps an objective that we could try to achieve sooner than later.
I suggest that you reach out to Councillor Bain. We look at what was done by some resident members when they got together previously. The plan you're talking about, the communication plan, a map dividing the village into zones, all these things you mentioned here, they have done that. They have a draft of that. They started that process. They're not evacuation planning experts, but I think you'll find a lot of thought, and it's a long way down the path. I'm just asking that we take that and go from there.
I think there were some roadblocks that were experienced in terms of trying to go down those paths. So perhaps we need to revisit that in a meeting and talk about what does this look like and flesh it out a bit more. And, you know, as suggested in the report, that ought to be one of the first steps. So perhaps that's the direction we should go and figure out what steps need to be taken in order to achieve that.
I like the positive approach of taking steps, as long as we should also start with what we already know, and let's sort of push through the roadblocks and get something done.
I'd like to make a comment. You know, I think from my perspective, at least, there seems to be just a little bit of a lack of FaceTime with Robert during our meetings. Perhaps we could ask, you know, that particular portfolio around emergency planning and evacuation planning be a portfolio that we report on at every council meeting. Maybe pull it right at the beginning of our staff report so that we can get you know, some feedback on where Robert's at, and to Neville's point, provide some historic information. You know, Fred has information. If there's roadblocks that Robert's facing, we can talk about it then quickly. It would be nice to just get a little bit more more periodic updates on that particular portfolio, and also just to see Robert more so we can kind of establish a relationship with him as a council.
Just to be clear, Councillor Barmeyer, the roadblocks that were experienced were roadblocks experienced by Councillor Bain in pursuing some of the ideas and objectives that were first laid out. So it's not that we've experienced roadblocks other than not getting the grant, but roadblocks exist in different ways. So I think that the first step ought to be convene a meeting of the Emergency Program Committee and go through this report, talk about what needs to be done.
Just to clarify, the roadblocks that I've bumped into had to do with evacuation trails as they get near private residents and things.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people are rather, well, if I can say politely, somewhat touchy about evacuation plans that might touch their property. And I've approached it with the idea that whatever we do has to be consensual with the local neighborhoods and stuff. And I haven't found too many cases at this time, but we've got a lot of work to do and we can press on.
There we go. Thank you very much. Mr. Whitney, so thank you very much. To my earlier question, you would come back to us in July. Are you able to convene the committee before the May the 2nd meeting so that we can go through these items?
Definitely. We were hoping to convene the committee in early April, actually. So
fair enough. So let's just say that in April sometime, and I think that would satisfy council's request for the time being, knowing that we'll be current when we meet, and we'll go from there. If that satisfies the other councillors, we'll leave it at that. And I'll give you one more chance for any questions before I call a motion to receive this report. Councillor Cunliffe.
Just a quick aside in regards to, Fred, your point about speaking with residents who might have easements that go through their property in order to have trails for evacuation. Do we have any agreements like encroach on easements? Oh, sorry. Is there an encroachment agreement with any resident on an easement that may then contribute to the evacuation trail system?
There's none that I'm aware of. There's some easements that we looked at to see if they would be viable, and physically they could be done, but the intrusion into the neighborhood and the loss of resident privacy was held higher than the ease of accomplishing our goal.
So it's more just of it's nice for them to have, as opposed to there's a actual right established. Okay, thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Councillor? Otherwise, I'll call a motion, which would be that the result being that Mr. Whitney will meet with the members before the May meeting, and we'll go from there. And at the very least, they'll report it back to us in July. We'll call a motion. All those in favor of receiving the report, please confirm by saying yes.
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 Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Whitney. And you don't need to calm down because you're next up again. And that will be on your next report.
all right. Just a quick summary report here about the projects that are being undertaken, that have been completed, and that are yet to be started. As you can see there, major overhaul of the emergency plan, the new bylaw, the contact annex update, the EOC annex update, and the ESS annex update are complete. The in progress list is quite a bit longer and unfortunately has been definitely impacted by COVID-19. A lot of the projects were delayed or put on the back burner while we dealt with that. We are still feeling some impacts from COVID-19, particularly our search for, we're looking to partner with the Red Cross to provide ESS director services. They are in a holding pattern on their decision if they're going to continue with that because of the impact of COVID-19. We do have numerous grants that we are in the process of just wrapping up the last purchases for: the EOC grant, the ESS grant, to get some new computer equipment through both of those grants. Our community wildfire protection plan is also wrapping up. We're just in the final stages of dealing with the contractor for that. Other big ones in progress list, we just talked about the evacuation plan changes. I have written a recovery annex, however, it did not pass staff review, and we need to look at cleaning that up so that we can have the best recovery annex possible. Pandemic guideline has been written, a first draft has been written and is awaiting CAO review. We've got our Fire Smart grant for 2021 that we've previously discussed about public education in the critical infrastructure, fire smarting. We will be starting that grant as soon as we've completed the other grants. It's important that we clean up the ones that are closing or have due dates coming up quickly before we begin that one. The other big piece was the disaster debris management plan. This was a Lower Mainland meeting with the regional emergency plan program committee, and that got put on hold due to COVID. They're just starting up with the exercises and meetings about that again. So hopefully I'll be attending another one of those meetings soon. Not commenced. The pandemic plan has some aspect of business continuity, but an overall business continuity plan has not been started yet. This is going to require the participation and assistance from many of the others in the office and will be quite a substantial undertaking. That is going to be the priority after the evacuation plan update. And then the other two annexes, if we come up with any specific hazards that haven't been dealt with in the emergency plan, we can create new annexes for that. And we want to create an annex guiding how we go about communicating both with the public in Lions Bay and the public in general in the event of an emergency. So the follow-up items are to complete the related grant projects and move on to the evacuation annex are the two big priorities right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitney. Questions from council?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. For the completed progress that you've made, is there any chance that those documents could be sent to the Emergency Program Committee and council members?
Certainly, I'll make sure that they get sent out. The public-facing documents are available on the website.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott.
I'm not sure what I mean by public-facing documents. I couldn't find any of these other than the sort of guideline framework document on the website. I went and looked. And I think they're supposed to come to the committee before they complete, when the committee hasn't seen them. So yeah, likewise, I'd like to see those. I am on the committee.
Those went before the committee about a year and a half ago. Those aren't new projects. This is a comprehensive list.
The EOC annex and the ESS annex was in the first meeting we had? Complete?
Yes, it was. They went before the committee with the emergency plan.
Guess it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was right in the beginning of the term. Okay.
But I'll send out copies of those to you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitney, per Councillor Barmier's comments, you're dear to our hearts, sir, and I think your visibility, we'd like to see more of you. And I'm thinking if it works with your plan, I think relative to the emergency program update, I was wondering if you might be able to come back to us on the first or second meeting in May. Just do some FaceTime with council and update us where we are.
Definitely, I can come back for the first council meeting in May.
Either or, thank you very much. We'll leave that with you. Councillors, I will put the motion.
Sorry, I did have a few other questions. Just the Lions Bay Alert sign-up numbers, have those kept growing, or did it get stagnant when we got to 600 a year or two back?
To be honest, I haven't checked them recently. They were still slowly increasing, but there weren't any great leaps and bounds to increase the numbers.
Yeah, we did a bit of a focus there in the beginning. I think we need to get back on that and get those numbers up. That's really important. Wildfire protection plan updates. I'm not sure. It says here waiting for the changes to go back to the contractor. Myself and Councillor Bain gave our changes marked up on the PDF at the meeting.
And there were some changes that came out of that meeting that were requested. We're just, the CAO was just making sure that everything was in order before we sent that back to the contractor.
So there was some.
So you're not waiting for anyone else then?
No, it's on me. I was going to be making some tweaks to some of the wording and suggesting a reordering for our own purposes in terms of what we consider to be low-hanging fruit or easier to get to, and then reorder the list that way. Although I've been advised that the provincial government wants to see the final report in a particular format. So in the order that was presented to us is how they have to submit it to the province, but we can reorder it however we want. So I was going to try and pull that together, and my apologies for not getting that back to you sooner.
Well, we recall the meeting was the beginning of December, so that, you know, the contractor is going to be scratching his head to try to remember what we said around those comments. But anyway, yeah, let's try to get that out. Okay, the evacuation annex, we discussed that earlier. All right, those are my questions and observations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. So we will see you in May, Mr. Whitney, and I will put forward the motion that the emergency program update report be received. Can I have a second? Thank you. Call a motion. All those in favor, please confirm by saying yes.
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 Thank you very much. Mr. Whitney, thanks for staying with us.
Thank you.
You know, my bitch. Thank you. Next up, and to do the preamble for the CFO, the 2021-2025 5-year financial plan, which starts on page 59 of your packages. And the recommendation is that the report draft 2021-2025 5-year financial plan be received for information purposes, and that council provide direction to staff regarding the 2021 tax rate and the 2021 capital and operating supplemental request to be included in the 2021-2025 5-year financial plan bylaw to be presented at the April 13th, 2021 council meeting, 3 meetings. I'll put that motion forward and have a second. Thank you. And we will go to discussion with the CFO and CFO Rook. It's a great document. If I could get you to run through it, one end to the other, and then we'll go to questions.
So this is the format, the 5-year plan that's required by the community charter that forms the basis of our bylaw, which will be coming to the next meeting for 3 readings. Essentially, it starts with the base of the plan that we've been looking at for the last 3 meetings. And I just make assumptions, which are listed in this report for the years. To make it sort of easier to get a sense of what it's going to look like, I put a placeholder tax increase in here of 3%. Plus, I've included the supplemental requests and the capital requests that we've been discussing in the last few meetings. But recognizing that the direction I need from this meeting is what capital and what supplementals will be included. So this isn't necessarily the final version based on the direction, but I just found it was easier. It's hard to do a 5-year plan if you don't include the base of the 2021 requests in it. So some of the assumptions I've made, similar to other years, one of the schedules that we previously looked at is the 2022 to 2025 requests, most of which are drawn from the IMP. So I don't be too concerned about the order. I've just sort of slotted them in. It's really just think of it as the whole 4-year period. These are the projects we're hoping to accomplish. I've had to make some assumptions about grants. So an argument could be made that I might have been a bit too positive with the grants. I'm assuming that there's 5 grants in total in the 5-year plan. 3 we've already applied for. As mentioned in the report, there's 2 additional grants that we'll apply for the PRVs and for some upper Bayview water main work. So I've assumed we're going to get all those grants. I've also assumed that we'll borrow for the balance and borrow to the maximum by 3 million loan authorization by law. And as you can see, by looking at this, you look at page 61, I've totaled the draws from reserves that are required to balance this budget. And we are dipping heavily into our reserves. And the only reason to give a balance is I've assumed we will sometime in the 4-year period sell the public works yard. And we will need that money basically in order to balance this budget. So like I said, I'm looking for a final look at the capital requests and direction from council on the tax rate so I can complete the 5-year plan for the next meeting.
There you go. Okay, we'll go to discussion on the presentation first before we go into the tax rate and the capital piece. So any questions for CFO Rook? Well, I'll start first. Sorry.
Everyone, you can go first.
Thank you very much. CFO Rook, the net proceeds from the land sale, first item up. Your numbers don't seem to match up with what I think they are.
Yeah, that's the difference between the cash gain and the gain for accounting purposes. So the lot sold for $695,000, so less commission and less the value of the property, which is comprised of the money we put into it to make it serviceable, which was about $160,000, and the value of the land. So that $400,000 gain is basically what the book gain will be, and that's what will flow through into reserves for financial statements. But we did get cash of just under $700,000 for the property.
Thank you very much. And again, and for the land sales, what was the basis for your $4.5 million?
Pretty much a guess. Just through discussion with the CAO, we really have no sense. We're trying to be conservative. It was just put in there recognizing that that's the one piece of land we have identified. This will be the 3rd year it's been in the 5-year plan, the projected sale of public works. And then with also the addition of the public works building. So it flows through the net amount because in the capital in that same year would be construction of a new public works building.
So you're probably better on the estimate for the movement and the reconstruction.
Yes.
Okay. And the exec team's feeling good about that number?
At this point, we are. I mean, there's still a lot of steps to have to go through. So I put it into the 2023 year. It could be a bit later than that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Abbott, your questions?
Yeah, I had the same question on the net land sales. I will admit I'm struggling to be able to review this, and part of it is because we seem to get things in different forms from one meeting to the next, and it's not always obvious what the changes were. So, for example, the total number under expenditures here is $4,728 million. February 9th meeting, that was 4,174. March 2nd meeting was 4,172. And then I'm thinking, well, I just got to add the supplementals to it, and that math doesn't work. Can we see the expenditures as the standard run-of-the-mill expenditures without any supplementals, and then the supplementals below it, and that would help us understand what's happening? I mean, I struggle to see why next year is going to be $300,000 less. And then I assume, well, that's because we've got various CapEx supplementals we're doing this year. But it doesn't make sense that things are going to go down next year. It doesn't make sense that public works yard is going to go down $130,000, but that depends on what supplementals they did this year. I mean, I don't know, the vegetable gardens down in Kelvin Grove Beach, how much did that contribute? These kind of decisions. So I find it really difficult the way it's laid out. And even when I do go back and look from previous minutes and try to track the numbers, the math doesn't seem to add. I mean, the same happens on, on the general government line. It's going to go down next year significantly. That sort of steadies down. It doesn't rebound back up the way Public Works does. It goes down 300K next year. Oh, sorry, that is the same. And then it stays kind of flatlined. So I guess part of my questions are, Pam, can we get this presented in some way that it's easier to follow month on month? I'm not ready to approve this because to be honest, I'm battling to work my way through it and understand it.
Well, historically, I mean, I could bring something to the next meeting. Historically, we haven't gone into that level of the weeds with council. Basically, I start with my base budget. Like I said, I put these assumptions through. I mean, I guess I could, if council requests it, bring a departmental analysis of every department and try to explain the variances from year to year. Like I say, a lot of it is because of the supplementals that are in 2021. We don't know what the supplementals will be for the future years. Some of it is in public works. We had the railway crossings in this year, so they're gone in future years. And it fluctuates because every second year we have some additional expenses, clean out of intakes and things like that. That's part of the reason water fluctuates as well. And I guess if council gave me that direction to do that, I could provide that level of detail. Like I said, I haven't in the past. That's been more of an operational level, but if council wanted to see more detail and more analysis of the year over year, I could bring it to the next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Depending, that could potentially mean a special meeting, which would be fine, but that is the meeting scheduled for the 3 readings. But if council wasn't comfortable doing it at that reading, if that's the direction I get, we would have to have a special meeting to in order to adopt the budget in time.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Ron. We have another request that I made for a report towards the end of the agenda package, and maybe seeing this has got referred to as being in the weeds, and my request for the AP is referred to as being in the weeds. Maybe we can discuss it at that time and give staff some direction. I
prefer to keep them isolated. This has to do with the budget, so I think this is quite different. So if council give me the direction as we're talking about the budget, because that will change substantially what I bring to the next meeting.
CFO, your budget is substantially a repeat of what it's been the rolling thing for the last 3 council meetings. There's no substantial difference other than forecasting out from 1 year to 5 years. I would not be of similar mind to Councillor Abbott to have you represent and a microscope line by line the items. My personal view, and I've been doing this a long time, although that's neither here nor there, but the quick point is that we're looking to do the budget in the April thing so we can move on and begin spending the money. We're substantially doing a 1-year budget, which we're firm on the numbers, and we're recognition of our forward planning is what the 5-year planning is all about, which is our best estimate, our best minds being put to it. And from what you presented, it seems pretty clear we will continue to focus on the major asset to move it and the costs related to it. And your request is less about, I believe, you're asking us for a decision, not for providing more information. The key information is the capital expenditure piece, and the key information is the tax rate. Did I miss anything in that one, CFO?
No,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Councillor Abbott.
Let me restate my ask. I'm not sure it's what you suggested. I'm asking that we can see the supplementals separate from the general expenditures, That's what I was suggesting. And what changed from the last meeting to this meeting for the expenditure number to change by 100,000? I can't see that. It's not explained. So even if I was completely understanding what we were doing a meeting ago and the one before that, I'm now 100K out in my mind, and I'm wondering, do I really understand it? So all I'm asking is supplementals be separated from the general. That's what I'm asking for. I don't think it's quite the same as what was suggested.
CFO, aren't the supplementals presented in front of me on these pages?
Yeah, the biggest difference would be the supplementals that are shown on page 62 through that have now been added to the budget. I thought it was important for council to see what the final budget would look like with those supplementals in it, as opposed to looking at a budget that I then add all those numbers to and then immediately ask for 3 readings. I mean, I could pull them out for the next meeting if that is council's direction.
It's not my direction. I believe the information here is substantially the same that you've been presenting every 2 weeks for the last 6 weeks. Other council members, do you want to weigh in on any questions relative to the financial presentation or any questions specific to a line item?
Yeah, I just, Pam, you know, I do have a question, and I guess I wonder what happens to our numbers if we don't sell public works land. I mean, what happens, you know, at the bottom of 61 of 302, we have this financial plan balance of $1.7 million. I'm just trying to understand what that number means. And what would happen to that number if we didn't sell the public works property?
What it means, the reason I showed that was I'm showing what we're drawing in total, what we're drawing from reserves over 5 years to accommodate the proposed capital. And what I'm saying is the only reason it even remotely works, and even then we're almost wiping out our reserves by doing this, is it's dependent on us selling public works. So if we don't sell it, we can't do all the capital. So basically I'm sort of showing best case scenario if some pieces fall into place and we get grants. Because the other thing that can have just as much impact if we don't get the grants that we've applied for, because some of the grants, like the park grant, we have an alternative. So if we don't get the park grant, we'll just have a much smaller draw from reserves, the same draw from reserves, I apologize, but just do a modified project. The same with the CLAP building. If we don't get that grant, then we've accommodated it with a smaller draw from reserves. We can do a modified. But for the Bayview DWIP project, we have to do that project. So if we don't get the grant, then we suddenly have an additional $2.2 million of capital coming in. And as well as the additional 2 grants I have in the 5-year plan for the PRVs and for the Upper Bayview project. Again, if we don't get those grants, then it completely changes this. And that's a challenge of a 5-year plan. I'm giving you a point in time. And like I say, we're not locked into the 22 to 2025. We'll do a 2022 grant next year, and then with new information, we'll modify it. But each year, we're drawing more and more from reserves to try and balance this budget. So that was my intention of showing you that. You're exactly right. It's a bit of a house of cards. We've made assumptions, but we have to read. That's why you do your budget every year. You don't lock into your 5 years. The purpose of the 5 years, as I said, is for the forward planning to make sure that hopefully we have a path to get through the 5 years. But I've just thrown all the capital down there that's recommended we do in the next 5 years, but we won't be able to do it if we don't have enough money.
And how would we build our reserves so we're not so vulnerable?
That's probably the biggest challenge council faces. We'll talking about it again this year with strategic planning. We'll be talking about it when the DPAs come to council again. Looking for alternate sources, because there's no way we can ever tax for this. I mean, it's not possible. So what the big one we've been looking at now, we have the infrastructure levy for future replacement of capital, which is a little different from selling the land or potential land sales that's more immediate to pay for immediate capital. But a requirement of grants now, as I've mentioned before, is to put it in perspective, there's now 9 questions in a grant application on asset management. And 4 years ago or 3 years ago, when we got the clean water wastewater grant, there was 1 question. It was, do you have an asset management plan? Now I answer more questions, or we answer more questions about asset management than we do on describing the project. And they want pretty much evidence that you're putting money aside for future replacement of assets, because they're saying that we'll give you the money for this asset, but we want to make sure when this asset is finished that you have enough money put aside to replace it. And that's why the pressure is coming to start budgeting for depreciation and infrastructure levies. More and more municipalities are doing infrastructure levies. And the feedback that we got on when we were unsuccessful with our first parks application, so we needed to strengthen the asset management questions. And what happened in the intervening time was we did our second phase of asset management planning, and we introduced the infrastructure levy. And the feedback we got would that would really strengthen our answers to the asset management.
Right.
So
what are other small municipalities like ours doing for revenue? Like what ideas are out there? What examples could we draw from other than, let's say, parking? Or, I mean, selling land doesn't always seem like the best idea. There's got to be a more innovative way to bring money in the door.
Let me partially answer that before I go back to the CFO. The three smallest communities here are Bowen Island, Belcarre, and Anmore. Going alphabetically, Anmore has had the better part of a 10% infrastructure levy going on for over 10 years. They're now making significant money on interest and other things that they've been able to save for. So they're self-sufficient. They've also been doing reissuing water sales. They're pumped into Metro's water. They sell it to their residents. So there's different revenue streams that they have that we just simply don't. They're not a parking community. There's no commercial enterprise there. They may have some minor sales, but they also have development fees. Using that as the best and shining example for the smallest communities. We then go to Belcarre, which in my personal view is insolvent. They're a community of 260 odd people. They can't support their debt of $3 million. They can't afford to do their new fire department building. I'm not sure what they're going to do, quite frankly. Bowen Island, last time I spoke to Mayor Ander, I think they were fighting over a 6% tax levy. And they have a combination of things. So there's no free lunch for any of the small communities other than Belcarre is doing it and have done it for a long time, which brings us back to what's happened on our watch. We've had a fairly modest general tax increase, and we've held our line on the levy, and we've done something other councils have not done. We've sold superfluous assets, and there may be some more coming. So that is our answer on this one, Councillor Barmayer. It's very hard for the CFO to predict the 5 years. I think she's done a good job in this, but the jewels for us are potential. Well, we will move the work short. What we get out of it and what it costs us are still a bit unknown, but best guesses before you. CFO, anything like that?
No.
Other council members, Councillor Bain, any questions on this?
Yeah, I don't have a question per se, but I think a clarification, if you don't mind. On page 67, regarding engine 62 for the fire department, I got a phone call from the fire chief a couple of days after our meeting, in which he and two members of the fire department made a presentation. And it has to do with the cost of replacing engine 62, and that's about 900,000 here. He said that's not necessarily the true cost, nor the time to replace, or nor is it the time to replace 62. There are 5 more years left in it. His point in mentioning this was that we should be preparing for that end of usefulness time of the pumper in about 5 years. We should be looking for grant funding, purchasing opportunities, and also seeking out the best deal that they can find for a replacement pumper. The price that was quoted at 900,000 was a brand new truck from an expensive supplier with all the bells and whistles on it. And he said they don't necessarily need that, but they needed some benchmark to say that's a high end of what the cost would be. But we've got 5 years to sort of make some plans and do some research and finding it. So I don't know how that would affect the 5-year plan using the 900,000 mark, but anyhow, the chief just wanted to make that clarification because he felt that their presentation kind of misled some.
Yeah, like I say, I've slotted into the 2023 year. We do have to replace it within the next 5 years, so it still will fall within the 5-year plan. I recognize the 900,000 may be a bit high, but I felt to be conservative, I should put that in just as acknowledgement. It has to be replaced sometime during this period, and to perhaps offset where maybe I was a little optimistic in other areas, like assuming we could get 5 grants in the next 5 years. So yeah, your point is well taken, and I could at council's direction lower that number. It was really, like I say, to put it in as a placeholder and just trying to get a fairly accurate total on what type of money we're looking at requiring in the next 5 years. Or the next stage would be, if it looks like we won't have enough money, is decide reprioritizing the projects. And that's something I see maybe council doing every year during a strategic plan, because that would launch the budget process going through and with the more up-to-date information, and starting the budget process out by prioritizing projects and seeing which ones we may have to push off.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain, any other questions? No?
More for me.
Thank you. You're satisfied with that answer?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Before I go to you, Councillor Abbott, Councillor Cunliffe, do you have any questions relative to the financial presentation or questions on the numbers?
Not for me. Thank you very much, Pam.
Thank you very much. Then Councillor Abbott, I'll go to you, but I'd ask that you be quick on this because I'm going to call a motion on the first part and then we'll go to the second.
Okay.
Questions on the financial presentation?
Yeah, I know they aren't. You told me to be quick, so there's some questions that I have that.
I hope I asked you to be quick. I didn't tell you anything.
But my original question, my previous question, Pam, so the expenditures we're reporting in this report, $4,278,000, $100,000 more than in the last 2 meetings. And these are supplementals that are on top of the next page. Those supplementals now add up to a total of 41,000. Can we understand what moved between last meeting and this meeting? That can't be the explanation because it doesn't even total the difference.
Thank you very much. We'll just pause for a minute. Councillor Abbott, do you want to regroup CFO?
Well, I can't answer that question without all the details in front of me, so I'd have to bring it to the next meeting.
All right. So Councillor Abbott, okay, your point is made. I think you're on record. Carla, yes, got it. Thank you. Okay, you're on record. So the CFO will bring this small piece for the next meeting on that. Does that conclude your questions on the financial?
Well, I've got a few more suggestions for the next meeting, if I could. On the extend DEPC contract part, the forecast for $22,740,000 for July next year is part of the 5-year plan. I'd rather not see that if we're approving this budget, because we haven't decided to do that yet. I'd also like to.
As I previously explained, though, you're not locked into it if I put it in the 2022 plan. And if we don't, then the contract will end at December 31st because we won't have, it'll be an unbudgeted expense for 2022.
Again, Councillor Abbott, this is the 1 year is fairly solid, and beyond that's the projection, and it's a conservative projection. To be more,
if we have to budget going forward, let's do it a different way. If we have to budget going forward past the current agreement that ends in July on how we're going to execute emergency planning in general, I suggest we carry a budget and not prescribe how it's going to be spent. That's what I'd like to see.
correct me if I'm wrong, CFO, the budget's to December?
No, in this budget, I have a continuation to December 31st, and I have the first 6 months in 2022.
Okay. So
I can remove it at council's direction, but I'm just explaining what the implications are, because we run the 2022 budget gives us the authority under the community charter to continue to run until our 2022 budget is
Thank you very
adopted.
much.
But it doesn't lock you into actually doing it. So if during the strategic planning process in the fall, you decide that you want to do something else, then you're not committed to actually spend that money in 2022. You still have the option of deciding to go a different route. But if you don't have the money set aside in the 2022, then even if you decide that you want to go a particular direction, if the money's not there, you can't go it. So it's just giving you more options to make a determination how you want to go forward in 2022 by putting it in there. Doesn't mean you have to do it. Just a placeholder.
Councillor Abbott, I would not be in favor of doing this amendment to law, but do you have another question, sir?
Sort of more minor one. We're budgeting here for speed radar signs. I think in the traffic plan, there's been a lot of people talking about, or several people talking about other traffic calming measures. Do we want to make that budget more general and potentially increase it? I know that Public Works Manager is not a fan of other traffic calming measures, but I think we might need something.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Actually, this is a pet project of mine. The traffic calming pieces that I looked at, and Mr. Jaffer, I'm coming to you in a minute. Things like transportable speed barriers, the bumps and stuff like that, they tend to cost a couple $100 a pop. I don't know if this is a major item in the general works yard budget. Any contemplation on this, or should we be thinking about, instead of the 11,000, maybe making it 15 and using the COVID money for this? Thoughts for staff or the Public Works Management?
So at the last discussion we had on this was the idea of increasing the number of these signs. These are the speed radar signs with the happy face or the frowning face. And it will be a joint venture with ICBC. So ICBC will cover some of the cost for this. In terms of hard traffic calming measures, speed bumps, road deflections, chicanes, those are significant capital dollar items and will need to be engineered before going out to RFP.
The Public Works Manager, I was thinking more rubber transportable visual cones, larger cones. If we could borrow Councillor Cunliffe's spike belt, that'd work too, but maybe she's using it.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think now that what's being suggested is consideration of temporary speed bumps, the kind that you drill into the pavement. You can take them out in the wintertime when you got to plow. There's one on my street, and they take it out in the winter, put it back in the spring, and it's just a piece of hard plastic that they install and uninstall.
What's the speed limit on that road?
Speed limit on that road, I think, is 40. It's coming down a hill around a sharp corner with an intersection and a lot of kids. So they're trying to slow people down.
Not dissimilar to us.
I'd need to look into the cost of that. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Maybe it's a minor takeaway, but ask staff.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's a quick one to take. Councillor Abbott, anything else?
One last question on the emergency building expansion. We're showing the grant option, which is 100% grant, but we're not budgeting the option for it to be done without a grant. So is the intention that if the grant fails, it's not going to get done this year?
No, that one was a challenge. What we would do is, because I'd be double budgeting it if I put it in the budget. I'd be budgeting a higher, it's an either or option, but we don't need to draw from reserves to do the original. So what would happen there if we were unsuccessful with the grant? I suspect I would bring a report to council and just ask for a resolution that yes, we would proceed with the modified retrofit and draw $150,000 reserves. Yes, that was my challenge. I couldn't put it in the budget saying we're going to draw it when,
We got 2 buildings in.
yeah, you sort of have to make an assumption. So I'm kind of be positive, assume we'll get the grant. And if we don't, I'll have to come back to council with a proposed alternative.
So it'll be a
Yeah,
budget
resolution.
amendment. In all likelihood, unless we haven't passed the budget by then.
Which is maybe because it's coming quick, right?
Yeah.
Well, spring now.
There you go.
It's being delayed because it was, again, oversubscribed.
Councillor Abbott, any more questions?
No, just one last observation. I don't think there's 260 people living in Balcarres. I think you might mean homes.
Pardon? I didn't hear.
You referred to Balcarres' population of 260. I think you meant homes.
Yeah,
I think, yeah,
640 or something like that.
Yeah, 640, you're right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'll conclude that on the one last question on the financial information. Anybody? Okay, that gets us to the piece here then. Just to make sure, municipal coordinator, I did read the motions, didn't I?
No.
Nope. Okay, so let's do the first part. So the recommendations that the report draft 2021-2025 5-year financial plan be received for information purposes. I'll put that forward. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Any questions? There being none, all in favor, please confirm by saying yes.
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 Thank you very much, which brings us to the second piece. The council provide direction to staff regarding the 2021 tax rate and 2021 capital and operating supplemental request to be included in the 2021-2025 5-year financial plan bylaws to be presented at the April 13th, 2021 council meeting for 3 readings. I'll put for that forward. Can I have a signal for a second, please? Thank you very much. We'll go with the discussion. I think the assumptions are already at the bottom of the page. The financial models in front of you. To my colleagues, I'll begin. This has been the workup for the CFO for some time. Her model is complicated. It's the best that we can put forward for the 5-year plan. The 1 year looks pretty solid. I've considered the tax rates for a long time, and I've heard from a variety of people. Ultimately, it was emphasized to me when I looked at my package this weekend that given our needs, which aren't going away, I can't change my view from previous and minimize or just say it doesn't exist. To that extent, I would be presenting to the CFO a 3% general tax increase and I think we're doing compounded infrastructure, CFO, is that correct?
Well, the infrastructure is
Levy?
just has been increasing the same amount as the tax rate.
Yes, so right, so 10% of the tax rate. So to me, it'll be, as it says, property tax increase 3, infrastructure levy 10. And we'll go in reverse order in this. Councillor Cunliffe, your thoughts, views, opposition?
Sorry, the 10% is within the 3%, right?
3 and 10.
Yeah, but the 10 is within the 3. Doesn't mean somebody's going to have a 13% tax increase.
Correct.
Right. I just want to make sure that
Yes.
people understand that.
That's for the financial model.
That is important. When it was first introduced, there was a 13% increase, but since then,
We separated it.
it's just been the
Yes.
tax increase rate.
Thank you. Councillor Cunliffe, questions?
No, outside of obviously nobody wants to see their property tax go up, and nor do I, but I see from the past we have not put away for a rainy day. So as unfortunate and as unpleasant as it is, I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to you for the vote. Councillor Barmier?
Sorry, didn't realize I had my camera off. Yeah, to me, there's this legacy of not putting enough away, and Kelvin Grove poopy plant is a perfect example of a canary in the mine shaft. We didn't save for a rainy day, and now people are being hit with a levy. So we simply have to start saving. We have to support the infrastructure and the asset management plan, as Pam discussed. So yeah, I don't see a choice.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain?
Well, I got a question first, if I may. How difficult would it be to have our tax rate follow the cost of living? Does that is that even reasonable, or is that just sort of a shot in the dark?
I'll turn it to the CFO in a second. I think when I saw this up on the news for January, the inflation rate was, I think, 1.8 or something like that for services, but biggest part of our component is compensation for our union staff and insurance. And I don't think that quite matches inflation. CFO, your comments?
No, it doesn't. But again, I think as I'm trying to, it's hard to just have an inflationary increase because we have to cover so much more than the operating costs. We haven't even been doing that, in prior years, and it's the infrastructure. We really should start budgeting for some of our depreciation, and so if you just kept it at inflation, or even what our costs were, our operating costs, it's not enough just to tax for the operating cost increases, because it's really a smaller part of our budget. It's this infrastructure that we're facing that was identified in our asset management plan. So trying to link the two. We are separating it a bit. We have the 3% and then we have the infrastructure levy. But yeah, it's just somehow digging ourselves out of the hole that was identified when we had our asset management presentation that all municipalities are facing. It's a replacement of these assets.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bain, any other questions?
Yeah, well, thank you for the answer. It's sort of been on my mind for a bit to respond to residents who are questioning our increases. But as far as the infrastructure is concerned, having a close look at all what's going on, I just cannot see how we could continue without these increases, at least for the next while, until we get some sort of capability of even being able to afford our part of a grant funding part. So yeah, that's, I guess it's more comments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott, your questions, comments?
So while I do understand the need to invest in our infrastructure, and I agreed with the infrastructure levy when it first came around, I do believe this is a unique year, and we seem to have stopped talking about that. That argument was put forward by several residents via emails and presentations earlier in the budget cycle. I do think there are people that are earning considerably less this year than they have in past years. I think I made the statement that, I wasn't affected because I work from home. Well, that's not true. Just realized I'm going to earn $30,000 less this year because I'm not doing any site visits. Actually, it's probably more than that. But anyway, I think everyone is impacted, and I believe we need to make an exception this year, and I believe we should just hold the tax increases at 0% for 1 year, based on the fact that a lot of people are not getting the income they've had for years, and some people significantly less, or even close to nothing. So I would argue against the tax increase year for those reasons. I know there's some creative ways we can use the COVID funding to minimize some of that impact, but I think that's what we need to do. As to the infrastructure levy, I generally agree we need to invest in our infrastructure. I would still like to see us invest that money in sort of earlier preventive maintenance functions and demonstrate to residents that that's how we're spending the money, and not just this idea that we're putting into a war chest for a rainy day. So end of the day, I'm not going to vote in approval of this.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. The rest of the council members, last words before I call the motion. There being none. So what I have recommended, which is the direction to staff, is 3% for the general and the continuation of the infrastructure levy in its current format. That would be my recommendation to staff, and we can confirm that by a vote. Those for, please confirm yes. Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, unfortunately.
Councillor Bain, or Councillor Abbott, sorry.
I'm opposed.
Thank you very much.
Going back to, sorry, just so I can be clear on what it is you want to see at the next meeting. And I apologize, Councillor, but I'm still not completely clear on what you would like to see, and if council would like to see that at the next meeting, just so I know what to bring.
Nobody in the rest of council asked for that information. And so the recommendation of staff is so the recommendation and direction to staff is as recommended by staff. Actually, for Councillor Abbott, he's asked for the discrepancy. Are you able to do that, CFO Rook?
I'm not quite clear what he wants. I apologize if I could get clearer direction. Did you want like a full reconciliation between all the versions?
You're not looking for all of the lines to be reconciled, are you, Councillor Abbott? You're looking for the number. What
We'll focus on what I was told I can't get. What I asked for that I think I can get is just an explanation how the general total of expenditures this month, in this report, is 4274. In the March 2nd report, it was 4172. February 9th report was 4174. We seem to have added 100 cases the last meeting, and in my mind, can't remember what it was about.
It's a reconciliation.
So it's a reconciliation.
Of the three presentations. Yes. Yes. Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Okay, CFO, you can do that for the next meeting? Or no?
It's quite a bit of work, but yes, I can. I mean, if that's council's direction, I will do a reconciliation of the.
Well, isn't it just an explanation as to what changed?
It's the what change, isn't it?
It's just the significant changes from one version to the next, isn't it?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just needed clarification of what the request was.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Council, and thank you very much, staff, on the budget, which brings us to item 8.4, housing needs assessment. And sorry, Councillor Bain, I'm going to ask that your acting chair while I leave the room for a few minutes. Sorry to do this to you, but I'll give you a second to grab your agenda. And are you good with assuming control?
sorry, for what?
I'm going to leave the room for a minute, so I'm asking Councillor Bain to take over.
Oh, you don't want to request a 2-minute pause, or?
No.
We could recess for a couple.
No, it's fine. I'm sure Councillor Bain can handle this.
Yeah, I can.
It's housing needs assessment, page 69.
Okay, be quick.
I was going to suggest recess for 2 minutes is probably a better idea.
Do that.
Let's recess for 2 minutes. I could do with 2 minutes.
All right, let's go. Recess.
We move for a recess of 2 minutes. Anybody in favor?
I am.
All in favor, say aye. Yes. We are recessed for 2 minutes.
Sure.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we're up to 2 minutes. Oh, the mayor is back. Mayor McLaughlin, we just squandered 2 minutes because we missed your dedicated leadership in this meeting.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we're good. Thank you very much. Sorry for this, everybody, and I think councilors are there. Good, thank you. We're on item number 4, housing needs assessment. And the recommendations of the housing needs assessment proposal from Richard White Planning Advisory Services, known as RWPAS, be accepted, and that the CAO be authorized to enter into an agreement with RWPAS and substantial accordance with their proposal dated March 2021, and attached to the request for decision housing needs assessment report from the CAO dated March 15, 2021. I'll put that forward. Can I have an indication of a second, please? Thank you very much. And we are in motion. And CAO, your report is here. Can you update us, please?
Yeah, so we got approved for the $15,000 grant that we put in for having to do the housing needs assessment per the changes in legislation. And in speaking with Ann Moore and Belcara, there had been discussion about doing it jointly, trying to find some efficiencies and economies of scale. They have a contract planner that they've been using for a few different things, and so recommended him going forward, and that's how their councils wanted to go forward. And so I requested some further information and asked for a proposal to be put forward so that I could bring it to council, and that is information before you. So it's a very experienced planner, been around for a number of years, and has done a few, including for smaller communities as part of the regional district of the South Okanagan, which was a fairly major project, and then has an additional team to assist with certain aspects of it. So all that information is contained in the report. And so the go forward would be to do this jointly with Moore and Belcara. We each get separate reports that we submit to the provincial government. But there are some savings, particularly with things like special census reports that are requested. Get a savings by putting it in jointly. It's the same price whether it's 3 communities putting in for that information or whether it's 1. So we're saving there, and there's other similar kinds of efficiencies that can be had through the project. So seemed like the way to go, and that's the recommendation in this report.
Thank you very much. And fascinating how government works. They make us do it and then they give us a grant for it. Gotta love them for that. Okay, good work. And along with Ann Moore and Belcara, it's pretty straightforward to me, and there's no wriggling around this. You've arranged financing, and I don't know when we might see this back, before April 2022.
Yeah, I think the timeline that's laid out in the proposal has a final report around December 15th. So there's a number of sort of a summary of deliverables on page 76 of 302, with the final report being submitted on December 15th.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, any questions? Please unmute and ask.
Yeah, I got one. It's a grant-funded survey, but I wonder how much cost and staff time does this free thing cost us?
Sorry, how much
free staff time is involved?
How much staff time will we be spending on this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be some time that'll need to be spent in terms of ensuring that any information that we have, historical information, is provided to them so that they have that to throw in the hopper. And we've kind of gone through the process already of vetting some of the data, the primary data that comes from Metro in terms of their numbers that they brought forward for their presentation. And I had to look at those ahead of time, and we asked some questions, and so they had made some amendments to that data. So that'll feed into this. Ultimately, the idea is to come up with a baseline that provides us with a good starting point going forward. It's up to council, and this council or future councils and the community to determine what direction to go. But this will provide sort of a baseline of information from which to go forward.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, Councillor Bain?
No, not really. I guess my beef is with the higher level of government imposing things on a small community like us when, well, there's some benefit to it, I suppose, as the CIO outlines, but I don't know, when I think of all the priorities that we need dealt with by our staff, I feel rather protective of the staff time, doing things that really don't impact the residents of Lions Bay significantly.
I guess the objective is that with housing being such a key consideration for all communities in the province going forward, in one way, shape, or form or another, there's an interest on the part of the province to ensure that every jurisdiction has at least a baseline of information that is a starting point to ensure that going forward, these kinds of things are addressed, or that there's a certain level of data and information upon which even small communities can make decisions on which direction they want to go strategically for when it comes to housing. Just their way of ensuring that smaller communities have that ability. I think they probably know that the bigger ones are doing that anyways, but I think they are, I guess, looking for some level of consistency and a minimum level of addressing the information.
Very much. Councillor Abbott?
Yeah, I could follow on from Councillor Bain, or where I thought he might be going. Yeah, concerned about these kinds of studies, and they create a baseline the decisions are made of, but how relevant is the baseline when we have stakeholders, when you have a desktop type studies done? So we know from the last time Metro came and gave us information, Peter's just alluded to that about the projections for the numbers of people in Lions Bay going forward. It made absolutely no sense. So I don't, my first concern is that we use these models developed by Metro, and then if we take that information and rely on it, then we just compound it on bad information. That's my one concern. My other concern is we go down this path without community engagement, and the idea is we go out and ask a question that the community doesn't get to frame. We get an answer, we call a baseline, and then later we make decisions on it. And at that point, we ask the community what they think about it. But I think they should have got involved a lot earlier. This report talks about stakeholder and community engagement on page 73. That as you go further down through it, it talks about defining the stakeholders and then only involving the stakeholders. So who are the stakeholders, and is that really representative of what the community wants? And the answer is typically no, or unless we get the stakeholders include the community and they're a broad group that represent everyone in the community. But I don't believe by reading this report that's the intention at all. It seems more like we're going to go get a few selected individuals that have some interest, and closed group, and use them to vet this report. So I have issues with it. I understand we need to do it, and we've got money to do it. But I would like to see us somehow use that money for something that's of benefit to us and is more relevant to us, and not something that sounds like it was drafted for a bigger community or another community. I get we teaming up with Anwar and Balcarra, which should have similar interests, but I would suggest they should have similar concerns about how they go about it, and certainly relying on StatsCan's data or Metro's projections, which we all know was a bunch of hooey last time we heard them.
I guess the important thing to keep in mind is that it's not a prescriptive exercise. It's not telling anybody what they ought to do. It's providing information. It's providing some analysis of the information. You don't have to agree with the analysis. You can poke holes in it at the end of the day, or determine that it's lacking in certain areas and do a supplementary study. But we have to do the baseline, and it's not telling us which way to go. It's not suggesting what strategies Lions Bay ought to take in terms of housing need or wants or anything like that. It's addressing what we're legislatively prescribed to address and providing the data and a bit of analysis of it, and we can do with it what we want, but we have to do it. And I think it provides a good opportunity to have a collection of this kind of data in one place, bit of analysis on it, and then going forward, when it comes time to do an OCP review, we can determine what steps to take or which direction we want to go or what further studies are required. And that will be a lot of consultation with the community and a lot of determining what everybody wants. So it's not, I think
this report's going to make us assumptions based on information and data. It's garbage in, garbage out. I would rather see us try get some more relevant community involvement into the discussion and assessments of what this should look like. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the land use master plan from a few years ago, and we all took our lumps on that lump. And let's not go there again. And once we do a report based on some sort of desktop study and some information and recommend something, it really sets a direction. Whether you're prepared to critically analyze it later or not, it's going to inevitably set a direction. So I would like to get some more local input into it earlier.
You use the word recommendation. It's not making recommendations. And you can add to it when it's done, decide what direction to go in terms of getting additional information from local stakeholders.
I'd like to decide what direction to go to gather the information up front and not after the fact. Anyway.
You still got to have the data. You got to have the census data. You got to have the housing data. You got to have the employment data. All that data has got to be gathered. It's got to be pulled together in a report. It's a little bit of analysis helps. You can add to it later, but this is a very basic.
If we take census data, which is already available, and we look at how Lions Bay has grown over the last 20 years, and we forecast where we're going, you get a very different answer to the model that Metro sends us that says we're going to be at 5,000 people by next year. We've done that before, and we've got that information. I'm suggesting we need to look at it a little bit differently. Garbage in, garbage out.
Neville, had you looked at in like the point 3, the methodology and approach? Had you taken a closer look at that, and maybe that's something we could maybe focus on and talk about? Who the stakeholders are, who the client team is, so that we can maybe make it a bit more meaningful.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
It's not just the free census data that anybody can get. There's actually a $4,500 fee for the data report that these consultants will be obtaining from census. So it's going deeper, it's diving deeper, and there is additional benefits from this. In terms of how much opportunity there is for the community and stakeholder engagement. It's not a heck of a lot. There's just not a big enough budget to do that. And so there's limited opportunity to provide that information. There's proposed some of that to take place, but most of it's going to be information that we have on hand, and reviewing the information that's available.
When you say the information we have on hand, Peter, do you mean the information the village has on hand? Like the data?
Very little information that we'll be adding in terms of reports that we have. We don't have very many reports on hand. And in terms of, hardcore data information, we don't have that information. So they've got to gather that from elsewhere, and it's all set out as to where most of that's going to come from. A lot of it's going to come from that. Some of it's going to be sort of more than the usual detailed information from Census Canada, whatever other information we have, and in terms of our zoning, our OCP, bare land that we have, lands that haven't yet been developed, what potential opportunities there are. We can put that all on the table. They can take note of it, but they're not going to be making recommendations on what to do with it. They'll be describing the landscape as it exists. They'll be analyzing the growth projections that are provided. They'll be indicating what options might exist, but they'll be describing, different types of housing and different things that we can take under consideration for future development of ideas and strategies as to where the community wants to go. But I suggest that that's a much bigger undertaking, and one that will probably be associated with an OCP review. So that's not what this is. This isn't that opportunity.
Oh, yeah, Peter, now you're getting me even more nervous when you outline, opportunities and things that we're going to discover through this process. As I said before, the regional context statement that got done without the proper input from community, we just keep doing the same thing over and over. The lump that got done without proper input community. I get this is slightly lower level, but it just goes the same way. Who in your mind are the key stakeholders if it's not the community, Peter?
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Just before we move on, it's 10 o'clock. I'm putting forward a motion that we continue the meeting, unfortunately, for 2 more hours. Can I have a second, please? I need a hand. Thank you. Got it. Okay. All in favor? Presumed yes. Thank you.
I presumed yes. Sorry. No presumed yes. We can't. I asked early in the meeting, can we put some stuff to the end of the meeting? We don't want to sit till 1 o'clock in the morning again. No, we're going to rush through it. And now we're going to go until 12 o'clock at night. I don't have anything to do other than 4 hours sleep for the morning, but I think others might. I don't know. Just, we got to get, these meetings so we have time to discuss things. And I talk more than most, but we need time to discuss things properly. We need a time where residents can listen.
Councillor,
we could have moved some things.
Think about it. You've just spent 20 minutes talking about a perfunctory housing needs assessment that's fully paid for. And the respect that my colleagues give to you is just phenomenal.
Well, maybe I don't think it's perfunctory, and maybe I don't think everything should just be rubber stamped.
Okay. So with that being said, I'll call the motion on this. All those in favor of the recommendation that's been put forward and seconded, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bain?
Could we cut it to maybe 11:30? I would appreciate that if we could be done by then. I have to take my wife to the hospital tomorrow morning, and I would like to not be dragging my rear end around.
Once we finalize this motion, I'll look at the agenda. We'll make sure what we can leave.
That'd be
Council-
appreciated.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain, yes or no?
Sorry, so I think the motion was to extend for an hour and a half instead of 2.
I know that came and went.
Oh, okay.
The motion is the housing needs, which you confirmed yes to, as did Councillor Cunliffe.
Well, this kind of frustrates me and stuff. I see no value to Lions Bay, unlike the CAO. I just think this is a sort of a desk jockey's dream come true, and I just think I don't believe it's going to have a lot of value for us. It's paid for, but it's eating up staff time. So, but it's forced upon us by higher levels of government. So, does it matter if we say yay or nay? I mean, looks like we're stuck with it anyhow.
So will I presume that's a yes?
How about I abstain? I just can't bring myself to agree to it.
There you go. Councillor Abbott?
I would like to see some changes how we go about it.
The question is in favor or?
I'll abstain too.
Thank you, Terry. Next item is the parking plan. And let's get organized here. This is a four-parter. So the staff recommendation is that council approved on-street parking as set out in this report in accordance with the amended mapping attached to this report. And item B, a rate of $2 an hour, max 16 for the day, applicable to all approved on-street parking locations with resident parking in any such spots free of charge, provided their parking permit is readily displayed. And the second piece is staff be directed to proceed with signage, website, and other electronic communications to emphasize clarity around parking rules in Lions Bay. And that staff, item number 3, that staff continues to work with key stakeholders to seek the best results for residents in terms of parking and traffic issues affecting the community. And item 4, that staff monitor progress through the season and adjust service levels as needed to ensure issues that arise are addressed satisfactorily. I'll put that forward. May I have a second, please? Thank you very much. And we're in discussion. There's a lot to chew on here to the exec team. We could break this up, CEO to John, or do you want to do bite-sized, or what would you like to do?
Well, I guess maybe I'm wondering whether we should take a page out of former Mayor Broughton's book and look at the mapping first.
Okay.
Because there's perhaps some misconceptions around some of it. Firstly, if we go to the last page of the mapping, which is page 100 of 302, we've got the village center parking zone. And it's basically just where people park now. There's, at the bottom of the page, bottom of the map, ocean view, there's the 2 stalls or 3 stalls by the kiosk. I've added a blue, it's hard to see, but right below the word Ocean View Road, I've added a blue line indicating that the beginning of Panorama Road be resident parking only. And that's a change. Right now, it's I think for the most part open, other than there are some resident only signage pieces further down. But particularly at the beginning of Panorama, I know that there's no resident restricted signage there. We've received some correspondence requesting that has always been sort of more or less a trouble spot. A lot of people park there to go to the beach or elsewhere, and that they would like to see that restricted for residents. So I've suggested making that change. The other thing of note is that above the word Center Road, there's an area where people don't usually park unless it's really full. Sometimes when we have a town hall or something going on in the village, those spots will be taken up. But I think that with a little bit of, I know the public works manager is going to cringe, but a little bit of vegetation management here, we can really improve that spots there and create 3 clear parking spots. Up on Bayview, we've got some room right above where it says Bayview Road, and also on Bayview Place, where you're familiar with that location. It's sort of in between houses on the uphill side leading up to the creek. It's not really in front of anybody's house. It's where the extraordinary vehicle or trailer was parked for a while, but you could have a couple of cars parking there. Fairly roomy area. Just sort of generally speaking, most of the mapping reflects where there is already parking available for visitors. It's just indicated in red to show that it's proposed as pay parking. One of the differences, the caveats to that statement is on Tidewater Way. So that long strip of Tidewater Way that is shown in red is currently resident-only parking. And kind of went back and forth in my own mind on this, and some of it depended on what's happening with the parking lot in Kelvin Grove there. If the parking lot is open, then there's places for visitors to park, and the area up on Tidewater could be restricted to resident only. If the parking lot is closed, then it seemed reasonable to have some area for people to park. And maybe it gets divided up. Like, it doesn't have to be all available for visitor parking. Some of it could be resident restricted. Could pick some spots where kind of pick and choose and provide a few spots anyways. The other part is that there is some resident restricted spots within the parking lot itself. That's shown in blue. And then there's the area from the parking lot down to the train track, which is resident restricted. But, we hand out a lot of tickets there, as you can imagine. So that's one where things are changed from what the current status is, but open to, different options, and some flexibility certainly is available there. On Ocean View Road, this version of the map, I've added a bit of a blue stretch right underneath the word Ocean View Road along the straight stretch there. Right now, this is all publicly available parking, both at the top and down that stretch, as well as the lower part of Ocean View Road, where I've got it on both sides. That's already currently visitor parking available. And so it's just a question of whether you monetize it or not. Originally on the first version, where you see the word Highview Place, I had that as 2 or 3 stalls that would be available to visitors, but that's right in front of a couple of houses. So I thought, well, maybe we just make that resident restricted only. On Mountain Drive, that basically is showing the status quo. The question really is whether or not you monetize it. There's a couple of spots just near the bottom. There was a request from a resident to save 2 parking spots pretty much right above the word mountain. So that's a possibility as well, but there is quite a bit of parking along there. But for the most part, as I say, that's just reflects reality as it currently exists and as it existed halfway through the summer last year. At the top of that map for the Mountain Drive parking zone, at the intersection of Bayview Road, right now, the first 20 or 30 meters of Mountain Drive on the lower or west side actually has a resident parking only sign on it, but it really should have no parking in that spot. It's just the hedge comes out too far into the road, and there's not enough room with people going around that corner. That should be no parking on that side for the first 20 to 30 meters. It's difficult to show in here, but I've indicated it in red, and I've indicated in red in the notes at the bottom of each page what the principal changes were from the last version of these maps to this version. So that's indicated there. There was no changes to the Lions Bay zone, which simply shows the parking lot at the bottom, and the current status quo, which is resident parking only. Similarly, with the Brunswick Crystal parking zone, there is a mix of both resident restricted and visitor parking in that area. There's the trail that goes up from that where it says Mag, and the red Google dot or teardrop that's shown at the bottom by the on the left side of the map by the train crossing is where we've constructed a turnaround area at the time of the railroad crossing improvements, and so that'll be finished off in the next little bit. They'll be taking some of the ballast that's there right now down to Tidewater when they do the Tidewater crossing, and then we'll be able to finish that off. And I'm still in discussion with Modi about what they're willing to do to improve the parking in the interchange area. The residents' proposal from Brunswick was to provide for quite an extensive improvement of that parking area, but the ministry was not agreeable to doing that. They don't want to promote that as a long-term solution. I don't know what they think would be a long-term solution, but they did not want to endorse that kind of an improvement. They may be willing to take a grader over it and put down some material to help quell any potential for grass fires in the summertime, but beyond that, they weren't willing to do much. I'm still talking to them about signage, what they'll allow, what they won't allow, where you go underneath the highway and come to that three-way intersection. There was, the proposed signage from the Brunswick residents was to indicate that parking, you need to turn around. And if you can do it right here, go back and park at the interchange. And they didn't want to allow for that in that interchange, but we do have an opportunity as you go further down that road toward the crossing to put up our own signage, which indicates something similar to that. And certainly a turnaround signage would be added to the turnaround area with a parking sign indicating that they need to turn around to park anywhere. And additional signage that says there's no parking on the west side of the tracks, unless you're a resident. Bayview Road. So right now at the bottom, so on the bottom uphill side of that map, basically from where it says elementary school down to the bottom, that's what we're in the process of widening from the bottom, just north of the Alberta Creek Bridge, going up to the crosswalk, which is approximately where the elementary school wording is on this map. We're trying to widen it so that when vehicles park there for the homes that are located along that stretch, they're able to get four wheels off the pavement, which frees up the designated multi-use path that is along that edge of the pavement, denoted by a white fog line. So that work is ongoing, and that will assist in that objective. Then above that, above the words Lions Bay, up to the top of Bayview Road on the uphill or east side of the street, is pretty much says all no parking, but residents have lots of cars there. They regularly use that area for resident parking. So the idea is to make the signage consistent with the use and indicate that it's resident parking, because that's what it is. That's what it has been historically, and that's what it should be. It also, if there's any residents on that side who are uneasy because the no parking signage has been there and have been parking on the school side, it frees up spots that would be on the school side. And, to former Mayor Broughton's points, I think that we could probably provide some kind of marking on the curb so that people realize there's a curb there, it's a sidewalk. You park on the street, not on the sidewalk. So we could certainly make efforts to ensure that people understand how to park as well as where to park. The stalls in front of the school are still a matter for consultation with the school in terms of how they get signed and how they get used. I think that during school hours, they need to be reserved for school purposes only. So parents and people who have to come and go to the school, pick up, drop off, or they're there for a little while doing something. Below that, there's room for additional visitor parking. And then the lower parking lot, which has always tended to be used seasonally when school's not in session. And again, consultation with the school district still needs to be fleshed out in terms of guidelines around that usage and whether or not they want to see any monetization of that usage. There is with respect to this particular zone and what I've just been talking about, there is an item of correspondence in the on-table correspondence package, which is a letter from I don't have it in front of me. It's the hiking organization that represents Lower Mainland hiking groups, and there's a fairly articulate 2-page letter that outlines the history of one of their members having worked on created the Harrison Trail to connect that parking area to access other areas. But if you haven't had a chance to read through that correspondence, that's a good one to look at. Talks about the fact that they are the trails that people come to use are provincial public resources, and that there is certainly support for the notion that recognition, firstly, that there are obviously impacts of people coming to use those public resources. There's support for helping those people understand where they should park and directing them to do so. There's a request that monetization be limited. There's suggestions about what the fees ought to be and so forth. I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me, but you may have already read through that. In terms of communication of our parking plan to others, in addition to putting it on the website and providing a lot better information in terms of that, And in terms of increased signage so that people have better ideas to where they're going, and if some area is full, where they ought to turn around and go to as a next step. There's that, but in terms of outside resources, this would be the type of group that I would suggest is a very good way to get the message out as to where people are allowed to park once councils come to terms with that from this report, and where they're not allowed to park, and to ensure that they know that before they come and how to do it. So that's one of the ways, I'm not suggesting that we advertise parking on social media, come to Lions Bay and park here. The idea is not to make it a destination. The idea is to ensure that people understand where they're going to park when they come, and what's required to do so, so that we try to avoid people driving around looking for spots. And that will be part of the communication plan that goes with this. In terms of whether or not council decides to monetize on-street parking, I don't think, as I've indicated, for the most part, the areas that we're talking about are already visitor parking, other than trying to clean up and organize the Bayview situation a little better, and other than Tidewater. For the most part, this is all areas where visitors can already park. So it's just a question of whether or not you try to monetize to help pay for managing it. And as I've indicated in the report, part of managing it is adding garbage facilities, adding porta potties at the Tidewater, at the Sunset Trailhead, and monitoring that so that as usage increases, we can increase the capacity. There's some rough guesstimates in terms of what monetization might look like in terms of net results. Very difficult to say at this point. I was fairly conservative, I think, in that estimate, but we won't know unless we try. I don't think that the question of monetization changes the question of safety. I think safety considerations apply whether someone's paying for the stall or not. And those are important considerations that we need to stress in our messaging and our signage, and in our communications. But I want to draw the distinction between mixing those issues up, because I don't think there's really a difference in terms of that particular issue. I think for the most part, that's a pretty good summary of what's in this report, where we're at in the process. And so maybe I'll just stop and provide an opportunity for questions.
Thank you very much, CAO. To my colleagues, then I would, whether you have this in paper or on screen, my suggestion is that we start at page. Let's try and go through the sequence of the asks. And the first piece is confirmation of the proposed parking pieces. And so if I'll lead, and then everybody can just confirm, we're going to reinforce the CAO's direction. I think on the first one, it's not on, it's just before you did address it, although it's, well, actually I'll come to, sorry to interrupt. So the first one is on page 93, Bayview. To me, the piece here that doesn't quite resonate with me is the top red mark, which is just at the turn on Bayview, before it starts getting steep and into the hairpin. I asked about this last time. Staff say that they can put, I think, 3 cars there.
2 or 3.
2 or 3. I just think for the optics, it might not be what our residents want to see as their kids or their friends and relatives walk by it. So I would suggest, for me, a no on that. So flipping to the next page, I have no changes for Brunswick Crystal. I have no changes for Lions Bay Ave. Mountain Drive, no changes, substantially the same. Upper Ocean View, the same. Sunset, no change there. The Village Center parking, no change other than the bottom comment is panorama to be resident parking only. And this is the combination of Panorama Road. It's one of the pieces of correspondence. The downhill side is, you can say it's all resident parking, but there's no availability for any resident parking on the downhill side. On the uphill side, it's already marked as resident only. If there was one sign at the corner of Panorama Road, Panorama Place, it would continue all the way to Ocean View. So that would be all residents. And I presume that's what your intention is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any resident-only signage at the very beginning of Panorama off of Ocean View on the uphill side.
Those 3 spots that last time you and I were there, they're just unmarked?
Yeah.
Okay. So your proposal is to put those there or not?
Yeah.
Yep, thank you. And I think, so for me, that would give Panorama Road the whole thing. Tidewater and let's call it Kelvin Grove. I defer to Councillor Cunliffe, this is her neighborhood, but my sense is that the residents would prefer that there is no non-resident parking in the area, both uphill, downhill, for the reasons of what we're trying to deter.
So if I could speak to that, while we do want to welcome guests, especially divers, it's sad to see them depleted in the last few summers. There's been, in the last 10 years, there's been fewer and fewer divers that have actually been coming to Kelvin Grove, probably due to lack of accessibility of parking, because the parking is dominated by those that are merely there to access the cliffs. And I feel it would be disingenuous of us to have the Kelvin Grove parking lot open and have any parking available at all outside of maybe a very few guest spots available, because we've asked CN to come out here and to amp up their enforcement. And from my experience, and I do go to the beach daily in the summer, and the parking lot will be absolutely full and there will be 2 people on the beach. They are all out at the cliffs. So I'm not sure where the balance is, where we can provide some parking available. But to have the parking lot open wide, we are merely inviting people to trespass on CN property, which we've asked them to come out here and enforce. So it's a balancing act. And when we did put no resident or resident only parking in Lower Kelvin Grove, it just pushed it into Upper Kelvin Grove. And every single one of those were not beachgoers, they were not divers, they were going to the cliffs. So we are making available the platform to federally trespass on property. And we have asked CN to come in, that we've asked them to monitor that. It seems going out of their way to do that. And so it's not anything I would like to see going long term, but for this summer with COVID, and it looks like it's going to be a repeat of next summer, I'm just really not sure how else we can avoid that situation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunliffe. So to repeat, you would close the parking lot in season, shall we say? It'd be a recommendation, or limit the parking, like really limit it. And you would close all of KG up and down.
Yes, in the past, when there hasn't been any sort of direction, there are cars streamed from the parking lot as an overflow. The entire way up to Tidewater is bumper to bumper. There's people parking on the berm, on the Modi land. And then as we close that, it just got pushed up into Upper Kelvin Grove this past summer. So
I concur. Thank you very much. To my colleagues, I've kind of given my thoughts, and I think specific to her neighborhood, Councillor Cunliffe has. Is there any other feedback specific to the first part of the motion?
Yeah, if I could hop in there, and I'm sorry I never thought of this until this weekend, but rather than us try to sleuth out all the best areas for each area, I think it'd be a good idea to look at the different neighborhoods and engage the community by having neighborhoods represent themselves, how they would like parking in their own area. I think that would be more insightful than us who don't live in a particular neighborhood. We don't know exactly what it means to be there. Like I don't identify too much with Calvin Grove, and Councillor Cunliffe does bring a unique experience and insight to it, and I respect that. But for the other ones as well, like on Bayview Road, yeah, I've got some understanding on that. But I think it would be good to have sort of with a mentality of have your say, but have it more organized where anybody who wants to volunteer in a neighborhood could speak up of their neighborhood, and each neighborhood would have a representative that can address council and whatnot of what they would recommend or what they would like to see in parking, because they're there, 7 days a week. They know what the problems are better than we do.
I think we've got all that information in the package.
Yes.
All the correspondence, everybody identifies where they're talking, what neighborhood they're in, what they're talking about, and what they want to see for their neighborhood. So that was the purpose of that. And where the season is upon us in another week, as soon as the weather warms up a little bit, we're going to see everybody coming. And so the opportunity to further engage or to ask residents to coordinate themselves into some kind of neighborhood groups where one person speaks on behalf of them all. I just don't see that, A, having enough time to do that, and B, having that work. I think we've got the feedback that we've asked for. We've got it from every single neighborhood. There's a lot of it. And I think, we take from it what we can. I've read through all of it extensively, made notes, and collected my thoughts on it. And I trust council's done the same. But I think the time for decision is now. We have to move forward with a plan and make sure that we're all going in the same direction. And I think that we've done the legwork. We just need to take into consideration the feedback that we got, and council needs to make decisions.
And I think CAO ultimately, this is a tweak. It's not a wholesale change by any means.
No, the biggest request here is whether or not you want to monetize the on-street parking. Other than that, is just the basic tweaks of what's already in place.
So to this, I would like to close I think it is the time tonight to conclude the parking plan. So I think to my colleagues, I'm at Councillor Abbott, you're next up in a second. I will go around. I'd like your confirmation or not on the parking zones that have been highlighted here. And then we'll go to the monetization, and then we'll conclude with the other two items. Councillor Abbott first, and then Councillor Barmere.
Okay, so we're talking just about the zones now.
Just the zones, just zones for now.
Okay, I do want to just touch on Councillor Bain's suggestion. This is a living plan. This is going to change throughout the year. And absolutely, why wouldn't we engage some people living in the area? It's the people that are living in these areas are the people, in my mind, we have the first responsibility to. And why wouldn't we engage them, and regardless of what we decide tonight, see how it's working, see what suggestions they've got. I absolutely think we need to keep that engagement open, and I think that's a good suggestion by having some people gather the perspective of everyone in the neighborhood and one person bring it to us if it's not a councillor that lives in that area especially.
Okay, Councillor Abbott, can I get you to hold that thought then? And
Can I make a comment on that? It's just the living plan, I agree. And the engagement has happened over the past 5 years, where every year we do a little bit of tweaking, and we do it in conjunction with feedback that we get from the residents. So that process has been ongoing and will continue to be ongoing.
Okay. Thank you.
Can
very
I
much.
just jump in the fact that the last year has been specifically unique? We've seen social media blow up Lions Bay over the last 6 years. I have been here for 10 years, and in the last 6 years, Kelvin Grove, the cliff jumping, the trails has been out of control. And then COVID brought it to a whole new level. So consultation over what occurred in the last 5 years is absolutely obsolete going forward. We need to come up with a whole new plan right now today. And we do need living feedback from residents as we go forward, but we do need a framework to start by.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coniff. I think that I'm of the same view that tonight is decision night. But as Councillor Bain and Councillor Abbott have said, it's a living document, and we've got some feedback via the emails that have come in and our own contact with our communities. As we move along here, there's nothing wrong with doing mini Zoom meetings with streets and stuff like that. It doesn't, I mean, the council members can do this, doesn't have to be staff. We all live geographically far apart. We can probably do something to make this work. So I think we should continue to be in contact, but I think to do it formally now and just hold the plan, it doesn't resonate with me. I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Barmay.
Yeah, thanks, Peter and staff, for pulling the report together. And I just want to restate what Peter's already said, and that, the parking spaces that are shown on the maps are already there. We're not asking for more spaces, and we've always adjusted them here and there depending on resident feedback, and I think we'll continue to do that. What we're really talking about is starting to ask people to recognize the value of coming to Lions Bay and just pay your share, so that we can keep our roads in good working order, that we can add to our infrastructure asset management plan, so we can start funding some of the things we need to fund. I think that's a completely fair proposition, and the value's there for us to ask for a little bit of a payment in exchange for a place to park. We're not asking for more parking spaces. So I support the idea of monetizing. I understand the issue in Kelvin Grove becomes really confounded with the cliff jumping. It just creates a variable that's very hard to control. And I think that's always going to be an issue, and I don't know how we'll address it. Maybe we do need to increase the parking fees in Kelvin Grove and make it even more exclusive. I'm not sure what the answer is there, but I think it's important to recognize that the parking will always be a discussion, and we'll always have to calibrate and adjust. The concerns around social media are completely out of our control. Social media is an interesting tool in that it creates accountability. That's what that tool is meant to do. It has people talking, and it's not policed. We have no control over the things that other people post about Lions Bay. We don't have any control about the blogs that are published about travel and our trails. Those are all things that are, this is a free society where people can post whatever they want, and we simply can't police that. So to say, that ship has sailed it's simply a done deal. People have discovered Lions Bay, and we need to react. And I think we have an opportunity here to improve our infrastructure and generate some revenue through parking.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barr. Just to recap on the two pieces. One, the first section of this is that the on-street parking as set out in the report generally resonates with you, and you're in favor of the item number 2, which is the monetization. Is that 2 key points? Thank you. Councillor Abbott, back to you.
Okay, I thought we were doing this in 2 sections, so I think Councillor Barmay got to jump on the monetization. So I'll go back to the maps. Let's go back to the maps. I'll try to keep it brief.
Thank you.
I think around the Centre Road village office area, I think there needs to be some consideration for parking when the hall's in use and when residents want to use the hall. think we need to come up with a plan there. I'm not asking for the plan tonight, but we certainly need to think of that going forward. On the Tidewater and Lower Kelvin Grove part, I will defer to Councillor Conliffe, who lives in the area, and clearly from the number of resident emails we got, opinion down there of residents is fairly obvious. And this is what I talk about, an area where what we've done so far is not working. We don't have the answer. The plan isn't done yet. We haven't sorted it out. It's a mess. And can't expect people just to live this going on. We have to find a way to sort it out. As to closing down the formalized parking during the peak of the summer, I think I suggested this last time. So rather than close it down, why wouldn't you make it resident only? So at least the residents can still go down and park and take their dogs down to the beach as they do for the rest of the year. On that point, and as I mentioned, the rest of the year, I just want to stress something. We need to get on this year round. It's not a seasonal issue. We've been dealing with this, the residents of Mountain Drive and the other hotspots, right through the winter. So we need to stop thinking about this as a summer problem. It isn't. On the Mountain Drive one, well, I guess this is the sunset one. So we made the change to have some resident parking in the northern part of Sunset. So that's good. That's what we asked for. On the ocean view, I'll leave that to others. There are a lot more people on the call here or to others that live in that area. On the Mountain Drive, I think I understood what Peter said earlier about the first 30 or 50 meters needs to be no parking. I think there's lots of areas down that road that we show as a long, big blue line that you can't park safely clear of the road. So, I don't know if it's, in areas that you donate the parking, or if you enforce the rule that if you can get off the road, you don't park. But if people are parking on both sides of that road in certain areas, you're going to have really restricted access. And it's not just on the corner. That needs to be considered a bit more. On the Lions Bay Avenue one, I've got no further comments on that. Likewise with Brunswick Beach and Crystal Falls. The Bayview in the school area, we're trying to widen the shoulders, and we'll see if that helps. But that would be another area where it would be really congested. So I'll leave that one for now. I have other comments on the rest of the plan on a higher level and what we do next and whether we monitorize and all that, those good things. But I guess if we're going round, it'll come back to me, or if you want, I'll just keep going.
Just a second, Councillor, because I think we're all done here on the first part, which was the on-street parking. The maps, I think everybody's gone through them to the extent that they wish to. And I presume this is a living document, so we've all made our comments. So I think that it would be fair to say, subject to staff's continual tweaking, which is a given, that the on-street parking, as said in a report, is all of us are in agreement with that. That'd be fair to say.
If I could just mention, I don't have too much to say about the other areas, but I'm looking at the Bayview Road parking zone, and right off the top, the blue area where they're widening it, I think is just absolutely excellent. Cars parking on the supposed sidewalk for years have been a problem for people and kids going to and from the school. So I'm 100% behind that. But on the red line on it, I have a gut feeling it's going to impede traffic. I could be wrong on that, but there's, aside from where some of the houses are on that side beyond the school, it's a real steep bank there. And I don't think a lot of people would be comfortable parking there, quite frankly.
Councillor Bain, which part of the red line are you talking about has a steep bank?
Coming down from below Stewart Road, but yet above Lions Bay School. It's just off the shoulder. It drops off quite severely.
There's sidewalk all the way up to, almost all the way to Stewart Road. So cars would be on the road, not the sidewalk.
They park there now.
As you get to the very top, the sidewalk ends, I believe, and then there's gravel off the road where you can park, I think, for the most part, 4 wheels off the road.
Yeah, but if you look at Loggers Lane there and everything, there's no crosswalk or no sidewalk there. And going into Stewart Road, it's, yeah, there's no sidewalk really to speak of that I'm aware of. I don't know, bottom line, I just be very cautious about putting it in there, but, you know, have a look, see what works, it'll be fine.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Bain. So back to this, I think there's general agreement on what we presented. The KG piece is pretty loud and clear. There's some tweaking that CAO has been taking notes on. So I think it's fair to say that we are in agreement with the plan as it is, subject to resident feedback, and we're going to hear that pretty quickly on that. If it's wrong, I'll come back to resident feedback before we go. So if everybody is fine with that, then I'll move on to the monetization piece, which is item B.
Sorry, can I just ask the obvious question? Have we made any changes through this discussion? You say everyone's fine?
KG was open ground for all of Upper. I've highlighted a piece on Bayview. I think Councillor Bain has highlighted his concerns on Bayview as well. You've mentioned the improvements on Sunset, just to name a few.
So all the suggestions going to be changed is my question.
The Tidewater piece, I was going to change back to resident only, I think.
Yeah.
That was what I was getting out of the discussion.
Yes, and I think for the other ones that are we brought to your attention, you're going to review and tweak if necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to leave staff some flexibility on this.
Look at Mountain as well. It's not as simple as having one side of the street resident on one side not.
Yeah, I know I've drawn it as a straight, you know, a continuous blue line on the resident side of the street. But I know that the parking that's available on that side is in a number of laybys that people have for their vehicles. And we did try last year, the year before, to sign those as resident only. So there might be some tweaking required there. And in between where there's no ability to park off the street, we may have to add some no parking signage to make sure that we don't have people parking in the street on both sides and create the situation that you spoke of.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. And there was, well, you saw all the emails, took them into account. There's some residents that raised some serious concerns there. So I think we should look at those.
Right.
There needs to be resident parking for residents only within reasonable distances. I'm not saying there's one opposite every house, but within reasonable distances. There'll be long stretches where residents can't really park.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I think where we've left this is that we are in agreement on the overall map. We've given direction on KG. Staff is going to do some tweaking as they see fit. Of course, we'll listen to any resident feedback of any changes made.
Can I just add that if we do look at, there should be some resident parking available to access Kelvin Grove Beach. If we look at closing the parking lot during the high season, July, August, a few spots, move those cement barricades to create a few spots for residents to park or the on-street parking. That being said, enforcement really needs to start as soon as the weather is nice, because from my experience, the first warm day in March, you're going to get droves of people out there on the cliffs.
First sunny day in winter, we had it already. It started.
Right. I think on closure of parking lots, CAO, that's coming back to council in any case. Yes.
Sorry, the what?
Closing of parking lots.
That was a decision that was going to be delayed to see how things develop, and we'll decide at a later date whether or not
So
that becomes necessary or.
Yeah, that's my
or not.
understanding. So Councillor Cunliffe, it's going to come back to us on closure of the lots. It would take wave 3, 4 and typhoon type thing to close Sunset as we know it right now. But Central maybe, and definitely KG's on the list. So that'll come back to us for a decision. If you're fine with that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the monetization, and let's call it what it is. It is a monetization. And the piece here, which we've already read, is $2 per hour, 16 max. Park where you're supposed to, don't park where you're not supposed to. And that implies the app's in certainly test stage to begin with, and then rolling out in full force. I'm in favor of that. And Councillor Abbott, your hand's up next. You're up. You have the floor.
Okay, so we're just talking about monetization now. First, I want to make the statement that for me, it's not about monetization. It's about having a means to count and control the number of people that are coming here. So we raised this before. Is this app going to help us to be able to control the numbers and in some way get the message out? And I'm not sure exactly how we do that yet. There's more work to be done there. But are we able to know how many people have taken the parkings and whether the village is 60, 70, 80% full, so we can use that information to try to control the situation. It's not about how many dollars we can get out of someone's back pocket. We're trying to make the place safer for residents by limiting the number of people that could safely come here. So does the app allow us to do that?
No, we're nowhere near having the capacity to have highway signage saying parking all full or 3 spots left or anything like that. That would.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I'll cut you off if you don't mind. I know that we had that discussion last time. That's the that's the gold standard that we're hoping for. We get that, we can't get that. Do we at least know, if we come up with a plan that is 120 parkings, do we at least know if 90 people are parked in the parking lots? At least we have that information. Can we at least count the numbers of people that have bought parking?
We'll be able
to get
to
that information to the bylaw officers so they can maybe do something with it.
Well, the bylaw officer will have the app telling them how many people have paid for parking through the pay-by-plate function on the app. And so they can do that either on the street or they can do that in a metered parking lot. And on the street, they could be in Mayview, they could be on Mountain View, they could be on Center Road. We won't know. It's, we're not at the stage where we're going to have different rates for different areas. So we'll know how many people have paid for on-street parking at any given time, because the rate is $2 and no meters are that low. So I think we'll be able to know how many people paid for on-street, but we won't know where or how many spots might be left. But if we drill down and get more specific on how many actual spots there actually are, what's the capacity, then we may come to a point where we know how much capacity is left based on how many spots have been purchased. I'm not quite sure at this point. I think it's going to be a case of learning some of that stuff as we go.
I'm in favor of the app, but I'm in favor of that more about trying to create some controls and some measures, some data that we can help to analyze and hopefully at some point forecast the numbers of people that are coming here. I mean, if we do decide to deal with these hiking groups, if we can find out who's legit and who has, and those kind of messages we can get to them if they're prepared to spread them. I think that's the end goal here. It's not for me whether it's $2 or $1.50 or if it's 48,000 or 24.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Councillor Barmier, I think you were already on record as yes for this. Presume no change. Councillors Bain and then Cunliffe.
Yeah, quite frankly, I'm not in favor of monetizing the parking. I think a lot of the visitors we have over the summer are coming to enjoy the sort of the undeveloped wildlands up the mountain and whatnot. And it just seems like this is very city-like to be charging parking in a very rural community. It just doesn't sit right with me. I understand the arguments about analyzing all this, but I'm in favor of metered parking at some of the prime areas like Sunset and whatnot, so that people get there early and do their thing. And I'm in favor of re-signage and a good look at where people should park and where they should not park. And I think that's where the management of this thing is critical, is that our signage is correct and thoughtful and adaptable as the time goes by. No, I don't know. It just doesn't sit right. I just feel like we're picking their pockets as they come in to visit our wonderful community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cunliffe.
So while I appreciate Fred's sentiment, it is 2021. We are part of Metro Vancouver. We are known. We are a destination, unfortunately, to the chagrin of all of us. There is nowhere you can park in Vancouver that you do not pay. $3.75 an hour on Granville Street or on Georgia Street. If you can find the sweet spot somewhere on the half a block of House Street in Yaletown, you might get $2 an hour. People have to pay to park. Free parking doesn't exist for more than 2 hours anywhere that I have been recently. It's unfortunate. It's the reality. It's where we're at. And it's the only way we can control the way people visit our neighborhood and respect our neighborhood and know that we're serious. And we do need you to adhere to our local bylaws. So I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that Councillor Bain is opposed. My thinking here is that everybody else is in favor, and part of it's monetization. Part of it is Councillor Abbott says we're trying to build a better mousetrap here in terms of information. So and to get to the gold standard. So I think we'll move on to the next piece, which is a little more confirming that staff will continue to do the job that they do to inform the residents, inform the non-residents and the visitors, and to tweak and adjust as necessary. I've already read the motion. I think I'm happy to go around on this piece. Parking's just not going away. We're going to be addressing it every meeting that we have from now till October in some form or another. So I suggest that tweaks are going to be coming along. I think Councillor Abbott and Councillors Bain have made, it's not going to happen today, but either we do it individually or we take a group such as Mountain or Bayview, find a way to communicate with the folks that are directly affected and get their feedback. I mean, we just can't hear it all. So I'm in favor of that as an ongoing measure. But in terms of the reality is that council sets direction. We don't do the work here. So these three pieces are the last one for us setting direction for staff. So I'm fine with what I've seen so far. Sometime along the ways, I might suggest that there, an extra porta potty be put here or there or something like that. Or we talk about road calming that's portable. I see these as kind of tweaks and moving along. I don't feel I have to deal with it in finality tonight. So I think with that, majority of council are in favor of the first two pieces of item number 1. Item number 2, 3, and 4. I've said mine now. I'll go around the horn, and if there's any advice to staff on this would be the time. Or a general concurrence, and we'll work with it as things come along. So with that, we'll go in reverse order. Councillor Cunliffe, your thoughts, your views, your direction to staff.
I say we move ahead as we are, and we have to tweak as it's a living document. Like you said, we're going to have to make adjustments as we don't know what the summer is going to bring us.
Thank you very much. On balance, you would be happy enough agreeing that this is a tweaking thing and we give staff their marching orders off the motion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Cormier.
Thanks, Ron. I think I keep coming back to this, and I'm sure I've said it before, but I do believe that we can appeal to visitors and get them to understand that we share our roads with kids, with pets, with people that walk here. You know, when you come into the village, the sign should be clear that these are shared roadways. We don't have sidewalks, and you know, it's important to reduce your speed and to be mindful of those things. Just the other day, I was looking down Ocean View Road, and we've got a trampoline, it's part way down the road, and it's a place where the kids gather. It's a beautiful thing to see. They're playing, they're on their scooters, they're kicking a ball around, but they're on the street, and they're running across the street, and they're chasing their toys. And this goes on all the time. So, we need to protect our residents, and we need to try and educate visitors. So I think along that vein, it would be nice if we could see some signage.
There you go. We'll leave that with staff then. Are you in general concurrence to the pieces of the motion?
Yeah, I think staff's done a great job with this request for decision. I think it's well researched, and it allows flexibility. It allows for input and adjustment, and I think we just need to let them do their job.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barron. Councillor Bain.
Items 2, 3, and 4, I concur. I'm in favor of that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, I'm in favor of getting going with the plan. I do think we need to look through some of the feedback we got already. And I know you said we are going to look at some of those. There's porta potties at the school, traffic calming measures that have been suggested in a few areas. I think we need to keep those ideas fresh, keep working on them. Maybe we should have a list of items that came out of those resident correspondence, or maybe we can use the area zone that Councillor Barmer had to get those things together. We need to get better at this. And then the last part for me is the bylaw enforcement. Do we have that confirmed, and when it's starting? That would be something else we should be letting residents know. And I'll say it one more time for the last time, hopefully. Bylaw enforcement, parking plans, all of this, it's not seasonal anymore. It's throughout the year. We need to start thinking of a long-term, year-round plan. And if we treat people to one way in the spring and the fall and differently in the summer, that just creates a bad situation, because people come here with a false expectation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott, for your thoughts. I think that concludes everybody's feedback. I think it's clear that we've given staff the green light on the key ones, and we have faith in the execution, but we want to get going. We'll call a motion in just a second. I just know the parking is going to be part of every meeting in some form or another. And I think for council being the eyes and ears of staff as well, if you're talking to a neighbor in an affected area and you hear something, send something into the CAO. All right, that all said, I think you're going to have everything you need out of this CAO to John. We pass this in a minute.
Could you call the whole motion?
Calling the whole works. All right, I'm calling the motion. All those in favor as put forward. Yes or yes, may I advise, or yes, please?
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, unanimous. Thank you very much. Council members, I need to do a little bit of twigging here with I'm going to change a bit of the agenda here. GAO, I think what we must do is the bylaw. Carry that forward, or I don't know when we're starting the issue. Penalties.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Okay, so I've got a yes for that. Then I'm going to bring the residents in, and then we'll try to conclude or close on if you wish. To my colleagues, and just so we're going to need to do the bylaw, which is item number 12, and then I'm going to bring the residents in from the gallery for their piece. We'll go as far as we want to go after that. And Councillor Bain, if you have to go, you have to go. Thank you very much. So I'm just arbitrarily going to do that. We're going to go to item number 12, the bylaws, and you'll recall from last meeting's discussion, this is about the same fines, but the reduced early prepayment. And that, so the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw number 385-2006, amendment bylaw number 594, 2021, which is on your packet, page 181, the recommendation, and I'm putting forward this as a motion. That bylaw notice enforcement bylaw number 385-2006, amendment bylaw number 594, 2021 be introduced and read first, second, and third time. Can I have a second on that, please? Very much, Councillor Abbott. Any discussion on this? I think it's pretty straightforward. There being none, call a motion. All in favor for the 3 readings?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we're passed. So thank you very much, municipal coordinator, for that piece. And I'm going to bring the residents in on the gallery. We'll just bring the public in. So we've just done the parking plan. We have members on the gallery. Okay. For public questions and comments, we've got 10 minutes. If anybody would like to unmute and go live, you'll have the floor.
Okay, if I could, can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor Broughton, you're welcome to. See you too.
Two different points. One regarding parking, a series of points on parking. Don't put in porta potties. You'll have homeless people living throughout our community. Okay, it's a private place. It's different from public washrooms. Just don't do it, please. Go slow. You don't need to be implementing this quickly. On Ocean View Road, I only think of Ocean View Road because you have a clear sight line right now. I think of Center Road, people walking and getting their mail. Don't put public parking on Center Road. Of course we have event parking on Center Road. Don't put public parking. We don't want a child or a person hit in this community. Bayview Road, the same thing. There will be a young person that flips right into that forest. We looked at it today. I lived 7.5 years on Bayview Road. I know it intimately. I sat on the design committee for the school. I walked to that school every day to that site every day for about 5.5 years or 6 years. So let me then move on. I think that's everything to do with parking. The one last thing to do with parking. Our parking lot here, I would not suggest you open that discussion up to the neighborhood any more than I don't ask you to open the discussion up at KG about the parking lot. That parking lot is a public parking lot. It always was. It's intended to be so, and it needs to be used for parking. Regarding the Works Department land sale, as many of you know, or possibly many of you don't know, but I certainly support this move, but I do not support 4.5 million. All of us should be applying for the funds from our bank right now and buy it for $4.5 million. That is a ridiculously low sum. Obviously, this planning takes probably a year to even contemplate it. It should not be on the books for this year in the budget. You have zoning that you'd integrate with it, which would drive up the cost. It sounds like you don't even know how big the footprint is. The footprint goes over the side of the hill. It is semi-waterfront, etc. So please do not, and it is an OCP thing. It's a public thing, and you must not plan on selling this property this year. There is not enough planning that's gone into it, and it would be an act of complete irresponsibility.
Mayor Broughton,
Thank
thank you
you
very much. I can assure you it will not be sold this year.
Okay,
the budget
thank
for
you.
2023.
It's
This is a
2023 is the
placeholder.
target.
As a placeholder.
So with lots of stuff happening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor Broughton. Tamara, you pick up the floor. Tamara, can you unmute? She go away.
Hello, hi, sorry about that.
Okay, we're good. You're live.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would just like to make 2 points. The first point is in relation to item or page number 1, starting on page number 147, in regards to covering volunteers or people who provide programming for the village. This is the backbone and the heartbeat of our village. And staff, I would like to remind council that staff exists to serve the needs of the village of Lions Bay and not vice versa. And having listened to tonight's discussion, especially around the sale of capital assets, in order to continue to float our current spending levels and accommodate an never-ending increasing demand in terms of our tax rate, I really feel that council needs to do the best to underline that staff needs to really go to bat consistently for the village of Lions Bay. The second point I would like to make tonight is that attendance matters. This is a job, and more importantly, you guys have all taken an oath of office and to serve the interests of the good folks of Lions Bay as best you can, and attending every meeting and being our voice in that chair really matters. We really appreciate it, but we also have an expectation that you at minimum show up every time. And thank you all for coming tonight, but please, absenteeism should be the rare occurrence, not a regular habit. So those are my 2 points for tonight. Thank you so much. And it is really late.
Thank you very much, Tamara. Thank you for your engagement, and to Mayor Broughton as well. I've got a couple more minutes if anybody else wants to come. Nobody's unmuted.
Mike, were you, Mike?
Hi there. Yeah. Hi there. Wanted to, first of all, thank you for adjusting the 6-can minimum and maximum, I should say. And I just wanted to point out that looking at this past year, on March the 12th, 2020, the world changed and people were told to stay home. And so as a result of that, I mean, it's not surprising that there's more green waste. It's not surprising that there's more garbage. It's not surprising that there's more recycling. And so, decisions going forward should not be based on the fact that there's more of this and that the village residents should be encouraged to produce less. I mean, this is completely backwards. So it's just important that going forward, and as the contracts are negotiated going forward, that it really is understood that this is quite an anomaly, that we should not be building things, as I said earlier, by the exceptions, and that I think it would have been very helpful tonight in the discussions for us to have had some data. I heard numbers like there was a lot more garbage, there was a lot more green waste, there was 50% more, there was, all this kind of stuff, but very little in terms of numbers. There was 10% of the population was exceeding, and that there was one commercial operation. Well, if the commercial operation is bringing their green waste home, clearly we should not be, our green waste people would not be picking that up. So we can't be doing management by exceptions. And so just really encourage that you do very, very much data-driven decision-making. And that's based on really good data. And that needs to be prevalent in all the discussions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Broughton. Okay, I'm concluding the public engagement part of the meeting. And to my colleagues, I think Councillor Bain wants to lead in very shortly. Councillor Bain, I'll make you the offer. If you feel you can do correspondence in 10 minutes, we'll go there. In front of that, I would propose that on everybody that wrote in relative to the feedback or to a council member or to council or to the office coordinator, anything relative to parking, when I do my next mayor's message on the day before the holidays, I'll make a general thank you to everybody that did that and acknowledge that we won't be replying independently. So Councillor Bain, my question for you is, do you want to do correspondence before you leave, or should we leave it for the next meeting?
If I can do it in 10 minutes, that would be fine.
Uh,
I got the timer and Carla, you got 10.
Oh, sorry, can I just for point of clarification, through the chair, are we cutting the balance of the meeting and
No.
what's the plan?
Councillor Bain has asked that he can leave in 10 minutes. And I've given the public access because I think they hung in there long enough. And then we've got some others, that's their option to stay around.
Understood.
Councillor Bain, you're on a roll, you're on the timer.
Okay. Yeah, we've got quite a number of pieces in. Let's start off with the general outside ones. One coming in requesting council sign a petition ban to ban operation of a puppy mills in Canada. I would mark that for information and received, unless somebody wants to deal with that.
No.
Okay, and we've got some from MP Weiler. We've got G2, G5, G6, G7, G9. All information, I put them as received as well. Worth a read if you've got the time.
Thank you.
And G3, Canadian Wildlife Service, Pacific Region, 90-day period of consultation on species at risk. Very interesting read, but received, I think. G4, City of Pitt Meadows, solution for fair taxation from railway operations and industrial parks. It's there for information, but I think it strikes close to home with our 3 railway crossings. Might be worth a read again. So received. And G8, City of Williams Lake for information, public inquiring about sentencing. Shouldn't impact us too much. Received. G10, our call on Minister BC Business Recovery Grant Program for information. G11, City of Vancouver. They're requesting council endorse Help Cities Lead campaign. Don't know, does that strike a chord with anybody that we should follow up on, or otherwise I would say it's just received. Get over the other side. Oh, pardon me, I forgot. G12, Canadian Wildlife Service, consultation on amending Schedule 1, the species at risks. If you like animals, you probably want to read that one. But otherwise, for here, we could have it received. And then I'll get my computer to catch up. Next one we've got from Farah Zordigan. It's for information. Had a chat with her today, Lower Kelvin Grove parking lot, reinforcing her points of view, well worth considering. But I think she'll probably be interested in what we've decided tonight. So R2, Hugo van Stratton? Oh, I thought it was Hoog Stratton. Talking about vehicles on Mountain Drive and Northern Sunset. We've got that down for information. I'll go to the chair's recommendation. It says for information. Have we already responded to this?
I don't believe so. Councillor Bain, I don't mind responding on this one. It's, I think, to me, that his letter resonated with me. That's fine. I'll respond.
Okay. Check mark. Trying to keep track of this a little better this time. Mr. Sredsky, two emails, one on sewer rates, another one on village finances. They were March 7th and March 10th. So so are we up to date on that, or do these, have we answered his questions yet? I'm
going to presume yes, but I'll ask staff to confirm that. I'm meeting with Mr. Sredsky on Monday. I'll have the answers for him. I'll have staff to forward me the emails again. I'll respond to those then too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Carl Burr, EV fast charger, down for information. We've received it. I think Councillor Barmeyer has already responded to this, is he not?
Yeah, Carl got a line-by-line response to all of his questions.
Okay, good stuff. And A. Gerlach writing a land acknowledgement.
I just responded to a resident last time. I'd be happy to take this one too.
Okay, thank you. Tamara Leger, I believe. Neighborhood, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Neighborhood grants for information. This one's been published in the village update. I think unless there's a outcry for another response, it's received. Carl Burr, again, feedback on various initiatives. Again, I believe this is already being responded to as well. Unless I'm mistaken. And Trudy Luthi, David and Tom Wade Memorial Park for information. There was an issue about somebody suggested we look at it for a dog park. I don't remember that being suggested, but it was speaking out quite strongly against such a proposal. I'm sympathetic with her concerns and glad to see we're not going in that direction. Does she need another response?
Sorry, Fred, maybe I can just say something to that. Yes, it was me that made that suggestion. It was based on something that was said by a resident. I have apologized, or at least tried to apologize through other people. The suggestion had little merits. It wasn't taken up by council. It was not going to go anywhere. So
Okay.
somebody was me.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification. I didn't understand that.
You're not pursuing it. No one intends to pursue it. That's the message.
If I could just add to that, Fred, I think the actual discussion at the very end was simply to earmark a bit of funding for some fencing, secure Marjorie Meadows, and somehow that got twisted. That was just to earmark a bit of money for fencing to close in Marjorie Meadows.
Oh, okay. Good. Thank you. Thanks for that. Then Ashcroft's 210 Bayview Road. Oops, sorry. Better catch up on this one too.
Councillor Bain, this looks like this is an ongoing issue, I believe, with staff. Is that correct?
It looks like it.
I think I've seen this for many years in a row here.
Yeah. Well, not to pass the buck, but it's got attention, Mayor Ron McLaughlin.
As just about everything does, by the way. Thanks for that one. You know what? Okay, fine. I got this one too.
Okay, good. And we've got two from Brenda Broughton, similar to Trudy Luthy's, let's see, same issue with Wade Park. Maybe I should ask Mrs. Broughton, are you satisfied with council's response in the meeting, or should we send you a letter?
No, don't send me a letter. I was thrilled, and both I talked to the mayor, Ron McLaughlin, and I talked to Councillor Abbott, who called me, and both called me, and I passed that along to the family. And you know, they're such, as you know, Fred, they're a gracious, loving family, and we were so thrilled, and I passed that on to Mayor McLaughlin, and I passed that on to Councillor Abbott, and I promised Councillor Abbott, he didn't ask for the promise, but I said that I'd introduce he and Mrs. Wade because she would just love to meet him. So
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown.
thank you very much, Councillor Abbott, and thank you very much, Mayor McLaughlin. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I've always been sensitive to it as being one of the would-be rescuers at that time. And it's a special place, and I recognize that. Michael Brownton, Green Waste. Thank you for your letter. That was very informative, well thought through. But we'll offer our thanks for that. And if you don't mind us saving paper and or electrons and not sending them your way, if you're okay with that. I won't expect an answer unless you want a letter.
I'm great with that. No, I don't need a letter.
Okay, thank you very much. And after that, we have various responses from council. They're all of the public record and interesting stuff and feedback. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bain. And given what you mentioned you have to do tomorrow, we'll say goodnight to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, to my colleagues, I would suggest that in terms of expediting stuff along, I flipped over to the last page of the agenda. I think the council strategy session, we can let sit, parcel tax roll review panel meetings, we can sit, and the two reports we can let sit. So I'm up for staying for a bit more on both of these. I guess these three items are left. I think we can push through it in the next half hour if we're rigid with our time. So I'm up for it if you are.
So are you suggesting that we not schedule the CSC for March 30th?
That's rather important. Sorry, I thought it was the minutes.
No, so it's just the scheduling of the CSC for the same purpose, but also I was going to suggest that prior to that meeting, as I suggested to council in an email, that we schedule a special meeting to adopt the changes to the penalty provisions that we just gave 3 readings, or that you just gave 3 readings. So we could do that at like 6:30 and then have the CSC at 7.
Okay, yes. Sorry,
if everyone
I had
was
the
okay
minutes
with that.
that were in there, and I just knocked it up. Sorry, Peter. Okay, so that is at 6:30. Start at 6:30. Special meeting, and then the CSC at 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, colleagues, when we need to do
What's
this
the
one.
date? What's the actual date?
It's next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
All right.
Next
so-
Tuesday.
Yeah, next Tuesday, on the 30th. Okay, so the recommendation that council hold two-part, that council hold a special meeting starting at 6:30 on Tuesday, March the 30th. And the primary piece of that will be doing the final reading of the new bylaw. And the second piece is that the council strategy committee recommends to council that council direct staff to schedule a council strategy committee meeting on only the topic of communication for March the 30th. So it's 2. I'll put forward those 2. Councillor Abbott.
Sorry, we were going to follow up with a special council meeting, closed meeting on the CA review at the same day.
I think
Not that day.
not that day, I guess. Well, we need.
No. I thought you said when we last talked, we talked about April, so.
CAO suggesting his review for April. I know Councillor Abbott, you wanted to do something earlier, but okay, I think we're just going to let it sit for the minute. Can I have a second on these two meetings, please?
Second.
Thank you very much. Call a motion. All in favor, please confirm by saying yes. Thank you. Councilor, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. So we've got all the real stuff we had to get out of the way. Sorry. I'm not trying to rush through this because if we can't make it through, I'm happy to stay as long as everybody wants. So we're back to the protocol on user groups and liability insurance. And this is that the information report be received. And CAO, this is yours.
Right. So as I stated in the report, well, actually, as a prelude to what's in the report, we've been going along with a system that works for the last few years. People need to take out liability insurance when they rent the hall. Everybody does. It's done that way across the province. The only time you don't see that is if you're in a larger municipality and you've got staff on site. Then you could have a municipally run program. And you're going to be covered by the municipality's insurance. We don't have that luxury. A lot of the activities take place outside of regular business hours, and we don't have the staff capacity to be monitoring it. So we don't have the ability to provide that option unless council wants to create a recreation service, which is a whole different ball of wax. This situation arose because of a change in the insurance service provider, whereby that particular activity dropped off the available options in the online booking system. Had that not happened, then the person who was looking to take over the activity would have done so, as she attempted to do so. After already having signed off on renting the hall and all of the paperwork that goes along with that, including everything that's in the contractual provisions for renting the hall, which we added COVID provisions to at this point in time as well. So unfortunately, the situation arose where the option dropped off. Had the resident contacted me, I would have looked into it, as I ultimately did when I talked to her, and explored what was going on and what had actually happened. Originally, when we set up the service, it was through our Municipal Insurance Association that provides this service across the province to municipalities all over the place. And so, we're doing best practice here. And when I say we're doing best practice, I mean we're addressing those issues that are identified in the FAQ that is attached to this report. So if you read through that, you'll see that there are certain things that we should and shouldn't do. The way we used to do it several years ago was not the way you're supposed to do it, and has all kinds of issues associated with it. And so we stopped doing that about 3 years ago. And so when I did look into this issue with the insurance company, and they went out and got an exterior quote because it wasn't something that they said that they quoted for, or a line of coverage that they could offer, it came back with a ridiculous price. And so I had further discussions with the brokerage that organizes the service through the insurer, and prevailed upon them to go back to the insurer, explain what the situation was, what the activity involved, what the risks were, and that it ought to be classified as a very minimal risk and available on the online portal through the same this is a meeting category that was about the most appropriate, and it's the least expensive option amongst all of the insurance options that are available on the site. So they have done that. They come back and said, okay, we're gonna add this back on, and anybody who wants to undertake the service, they can just go on and go to the meeting site and sign up for it. So I did let the resident know, played a bit of phone tag back and forth. Last I heard from her last night, she had wanted to touch base with her lawyer to ensure that it was satisfactory from that perspective, or from his perspective, before she went ahead and signed up for it. So we're almost all the way through solving the problem that had arisen, that I didn't realize had arisen. We hadn't realized that it had arisen. And so it's now been addressed. As I noted I had provided an on table, which I've now attached to this updated report. And that's a listing of Village Hall activities and events. And the first letter in front of each one indicates what category they're in. So R is resident led, NP is nonprofit, B is for business, and V is village event. And that's whether it's overseen by the village directly or through a service agreement. So for example, we have some events that are produced by the events committee, and they are listed as a V because they do that on our behalf. So all the groups at the top are sort of the regular weekly users. It's generally seasonal, January to June kind of time period, and then September to December kind of thing. And the group at the top is the one that had the issue. It's no longer Jill organizing that. Her kids have moved on. So, but that's a resident-led group, just like volleyball. Just the yoga, I wasn't 100% on. I didn't have an opportunity to drill down on that. I think one of them might be resident, the other one's more of a business model. Not 100%. So I put RB. Badminton's resident-led. Then we have, and Music Together is a business. And then we have the SSC, or the Senior Social Circle activities, the Tai Chi, the meditation, and the Dance Your Muse. And those are all listed as B, categorized as B, as village events, because we have through, as the report explains, 5 years ago or so, set up the service of seniors social services. And that was part of a grant program. And as such, we have for a number of years, since becoming aware of the opportunity to use the MIA's new product, we have covered that activity under the same coverage that you saw earlier this evening for 50th Anniversary Committee and for the Trailblazers. Haven't previously done Trailblazers in the past. This year they're going to be out on what are our trails and installing our signage. 50th Anniversary Committee is going to be out in the community putting events on outside the hall and doing similar things to what the events committee normally does, which we cover as events that are done on behalf of the village, because we don't have the capacity or the staff to provide all of those services. So I think most of the rest of it, is fairly self-explanatory in terms of how often the uses occur, whether they're generally done by residents or by a nonprofit, or things like that. I've got the events committee with the trivia night and kids Halloween, and then other activities which are outdoors, like the polar bear swim and the Easter egg hunt in Canada Day. So we've covered that off through that other policy rider. Remembrance Day is a village event, and there's enough staff and council involved directly in that event that falls under our, as a village event produced directly, even though, yes, we do have volunteers who are the movers and shakers for that event, but we have enough involvement and oversight with respect to the holding of that event that we can cover it under the volunteer insurance provisions of our primary insurance policy. So that falls as a village category event. Then we have the caroling resident event. The Eat Together is a business category. We have the stratas that come in and use the hall. And
Peter,
sorry,
we're good.
Okay. Yeah, so these are, if there's any questions about that, but in terms of the play group, which sort of brought the whole thing to a head in the first place, there's really no theoretical basis for distinguishing them from, say, the volleyball people or the badminton people. They're residents that are renting the hall to have an activity that meets the needs of a certain limited group of residents. And so we provide that at a reduced cost under our fee structure for the hall. And now they'll be able to cover themselves with the liability insurance at the cheapest possible cost. So I just don't see it as an ongoing issue, and I don't think the model is broken, and I don't think we need to fix it. It was a particular issue that has now been dealt with, and I think that's how it should be left.
There you go. Thank you very much for your bringing this one home, especially for the talks group. Councillor Abbott and then Councillor Cunliffe.
I do think this opened for me a bigger issue, and I think there needs to be a more sort of global view of how we handle these things. I don't know how the risk is any greater for someone doing yoga as part of the senior circle or someone doing yoga not part of the senior circle. So I really fail to understand that. I think as a council member, I think we need to go back to finding a way to do it the way it has always been done. I don't understand the differences between all these groups, the way they're laid out, because the actual risk created by the event is absolutely no difference. I personally would question why anyone would want to take out this insurance and sign this form, because the way I read it, and our family has in the past, but no intention of doing it again, on the village's 16-page document used to hire the hall, it basically tells you for a small sum of $5 or so, you can go get $2 million worth of insurance, and then you can hold the village and everyone else harmless. And you personally, your heirs and next of kins, executors, administrators are liable for anything that happens outside of that. And then we got told that, well, you don't have to take 2 million, you can take 4 or 5 or as much as you like. That's not the point. I don't intend, just because I decide to organize an event, want to be on the hook for something if someone has a horrific accident, heaven forbid, and is a disability, has a ongoing disability, that I'm now then, selling my house to pay for. It just doesn't make any sense. I think the village, the municipality needs to go back to a way where we can hold residents homeless, not vice versa. I just think we got this wrong. And I think we need to find a way to get back to what it used to be. To this idea that these other events have staff members present, no, they don't. We know they don't. How many staff members do Tai Chi or umpteen other things? I think we need to look at all these groups, whether someone's affiliated to one or other particular group that has an existing agreement with the village or not. Look at what they do, what is the risk to the village, and how do we get it so that residents feel welcomed and willing and want to step forward and start using the hall, using the facilities, volunteering the way we used to. That's what I think the ask is here. And I just seem to have got back with a whole bunch of reasons why we can't do that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Are you still mulling on this?
No, I can respond.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Yep.
I had my hand up too.
Sorry.
So I actually echo everything that Councillor Abbott just said. And I do thank him for pointing out the fact that I have been attending Tai Chi for 5 years and I've never seen a staff member present. So that negates the requirement under the TOT group for covering them under the same insurance. I don't see the difference. I don't understand it. The events committee is child-centric. I dare you to name a member of the events committee that doesn't have a child under about the age of 10. So it's very difficult for me to understand why we cannot just insure the TOTS group, really any other one of these groups that is trying to gather people together in our community to be together, that is not a business and is not profiting for it. So I am remiss to understand the logic behind this. If it can exist for the trail committee, for the events committee, and for the seniors circle and for the 50th anniversary committee, why can it not also apply to these other groups?
Thank you very much, Councillor Cunliffe, CAO.
So council could purchase a $250 insurance policy for every single one of these groups that are listed on this page. That's what you'd be looking at, because we can't go and buy insurance that covers everybody who uses the hall. We can't do that. It's contrary to, we can't purchase insurance on behalf of other people. People can only purchase insurance on behalf of themselves. We cannot, we would be acting like insurance brokers and be in contravention of the Financial Institutions Act.
Okay, can I ask why that wasn't presented as an option? So I'm in full favor of that. $250 for each one of these groups that's not a business is a no-brainer for me.
That's a lot of money. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many people, how many different groups here. You'd have no way of distinguishing any of the one-offs either. So
I think we're making a value judgment here. We're making a value judgment here without talking about what volunteerism brings into the community. And I think that's a really important part of the conversation. And that's why I brought a motion forward or a request for decision forward, because I wanted to have that specific conversation around the value of volunteerism and what value Lions Bay puts on volunteerism, the payback for us as a community. So I'm happy to just wait until that request for decision comes up, but I just want us to kind of remember that there's a piece here that is a value judgment piece that council has a significant say in.
So the other way you can approach this is not putting any insurance on at all. If you judge the risk to be so low, you can say, we're not going to put any insurance on. That's the other way to go. So basically you can have no insurance.
Sorry, Peter. The risk to a single person in their person and an organization is very different. You can't just roll them up and make a blanket statement like run without any insurance. That's not in a reasonable suggestion.
That is an option, Councillor Abbott.
If we're looking at $250 per group, there's less than 10 groups here. That's peanuts.
So
we're talking about $8,000 in waste. Like we spent like 40 minutes talking about spending an extra $8,000 on waste disposal. This is a couple $1,000s for resident volunteers to engage the community.
I don't know.
Can I use a council Bain statement? I think council's direction is clear. Can you go away, find the options, find a better deal, find the best deal, find a way to get it done? That's what Councillor Bain would say if he was here.
Yeah, I can go away and come back and tell you what all the different options are and lay it all out for you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've done one. Next piece, it's the sale of Kelvin Grove. I think financial model is that we sold it yesterday, I guess technically for $695, and our cost to develop the property was $165. It ultimately becomes unrestricted funds. As the CFO mentioned, the number in our financial report is different than the obvious net of this because of the land cost on our books, which hard to believe that thing was worth $278, but there you go.
But that included the 160.
Oh, it did include the 165. Thank you. Sorry. And that's that piece. And I'll put the village update too when I speak. Councillor Barmere, I think CAO DeJong is going away for the program to get a different thing. Would you consider this a moot recommendation now?
No.
Nope. Okay. It's yours.
Yeah, sorry. I first of all, I want to thank staff for putting this together for last week's meeting, which I was unable to attend. So there was a rush to get this in onto the agenda. And unfortunately, we weren't able to discuss it. It was tabled until today. So I want to thank staff for supporting me to get this into the minutes. And then unfortunately, weren't able to deal with it. So I would like to have this conversation because to me, it's a bit more about how difficult it is to engage volunteers and even just having perceived hurdles or perceived risk and what that does to volunteerism. So that was sort of my my feeling behind bringing this in front of council. And I recognize that we have to follow certain steps. We got to get it into the agenda. We have to wait a week at least to be able to talk about these things. But I felt it was something that we should discuss in council. And this is just one program. And the reason it struck a chord with me is because, it talks about, it talks to bonds that our young residents will create in these programs. They'll get to know each other before they go to school. They create memories and relationships there that carry forward, and they build bonds and strength within the community. And there's a real value to that. That's hard. It's kind of hard to put a number on. So in my mind, we want to do everything we can to take all those hurdles away. So that's why I latched onto this particular initiative. It was by no means it was to call into question operational policies or how things are run, but this one kind of struck a chord with me. So I wanted to bring it into council for discussion.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So I guess, what I see, I saw the list that Peter pulled together of the programs with the various acronyms, whether it's an R for resident led or nonprofit or business or village event. And in my mind, this is different from playing badminton with your family or friends. It's different than playing volleyball. This is an organized initiative that takes planning and that involves parents taking responsibility for a large group of kids. There is actually a service element to the community in this program that I think maybe would slot it in under a different category, in my mind, a village event, and that we're providing a valuable service to early childhood education. So that's why I wanted to bring it to council to talk about it. And I stand behind the recommendations in the request for decision. And I think, I'm open to some discussion and alignment with staff on this, but I would like to hear from the balance of council.
Can I ask you a question, Councilor Barmeyer? Do you realize that the parents of each child are there in the hall too? It's not just one person providing a service to a group of parents who send their children, right?
Absolutely, but one person's being asked to assume full liability, and that's scaring them off. I think
They're
that's-
not being asked to incur liability. They're being asked to, somebody in the group needs to obtain the liability insurance to protect the rest of the village from liability.
So can I interject?
No, I get that. I
please?
understand that.
I've been a parent participant in the Child and Tot program at the Village Hall when Kate Pratt was the one who was running it, previous to Jill taking over. And what it was is you showed up on a Monday morning. Each mom took turns bringing the snack. Kate had the keys to the building. She got there early. As parents showed up, each one took turns bringing out the toys, cleaning the toys, putting the toys away. The library was still open. Heather Hood led our library group and she read every Monday morning to the children. Kate Pratt she reaffirmed with me that she was never asked to take out any sort of extra liability insurance. That happened when Jill took over. I don't think we've heard of this scenario because of COVID, because for a year our hall was shut down and very few people actually engaged in trying to use it because it wasn't open. So now we've opened up a can of worms that we've just discovered. And I can't say that any parent, if I was put in the same position, there's no way I would take that kind of liability. And that would be to the detriment of my child and every other child in the neighborhood. One thing happens to somebody and they become a paraplegic, $2 million is not going to even retrofit their house, let alone provide them with care for the rest of their life. It is too much of an ask for a parent to take this on. And this is early childhood education, which is being encouraged by the province, which is why we have Strong Start programs, what kind of liability does the school district have? I know when my children go to school, I am asked to sign a waiver saying that if they go on a walking field trip and something happens to them, they have no liability. It is my fault. I've sent them to school. They wash their hands of any liability. To ask our residents to be held to a higher degree than the West Vancouver School District does just is out of line. And this is something that is so important to our neighborhood. Or what we're having is people leaving our community and going into West Vancouver to attend Strong Start at Eagle Harbor or Hollyburn or at Chartwell, and not just doing it here in the village. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it. It doesn't seem like it's hard. There has got to be a way that we can sort through this, and I would really like to see it happen.
I think we're back to the same piece here again.
So my takeaway is to have a discussion with our insurers, Municipal Insurance Association, talk about the options, come back to council with what the options are and from financial, legal, and social perspectives, and council can make a decision.
Does it have to be only that insurance organization? Why cannot we get quotes from others, get multiple quotes?
They provide us with all our insurance. They provide every municipality in the province pretty much with insurance. That's who we use for our insurance, other than our equipment and certain other things that, they provide municipal liability insurance. They're starting to branch into other things, but I suggest that I come back with what the options are after looking into it with the insurers.
Spread the net a bit wide and see if there's other insurance companies that might be interested in doing it or might have a better deal. Get multiple quotes if it's possible.
Because whatever, you want to, the options that you are looking at proceeding with will have ramifications for the village's liability insurance. That is what will be at stake, and that's what has to be covered off. So I have to deal with the Municipal Insurance Association. That's where we have our liability insurance. So we'll be looking at the options from the perspective of how do we provide for the objectives that you all have identified and voiced tonight, while at the same time ensuring that the village as a whole is protected from being on the hook for somebody who gets injured in the hall.
Just saying, let's not keep the search too narrow. I don't profess to know the insurance industry. I know that, you know, I buy a certain part of my car policy and my liability to ICBC. I get a better deal somewhere else for the rest of it. It just work this and see if what's the best way to do it, and let's not look at it too narrowly. That's all I'm suggesting.
Great. Can I hold for just a minute? It's I've got 12 o'clock, and I think that's where we were. I'm happy to continue on for another half hour to my colleagues. We'll probably finish within that period. That's fine with you. I'll put forward the motion to 12:30. Can I have a second, please? Thank you. All in favor? Yes, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Carrie. Councillor Abbott, I think you concluded, I think. And then the CAO is taking us away.
Yeah, all I can do is go and determine what options exist. I'll have a discussion about whether or not there is an opportunity to go to outside sources. We still come back to the same issues that arise that are identified in the FAQ that's attached to the report. So that will be the hurdle in respect of the municipality purchasing insurance for people who are using the hall. I think it has to actually be a different model, but I'll have to determine what the ins and outs of that are from a legal perspective and from an insurance coverage perspective. I'm not able to provide you with that information tonight.
Thank you very much, CAO. Councillor Barmayer, with that being in place, are you finalizing the stand? I mean,
the recommendations are that council approve the Tots Play program to be considered a village-run program. I think in principle that's essentially to Peter's table above, we just call it a V instead of an R. I think that's fairly straightforward. That council directs staff to insure its participants and volunteers under the village insurance, similar to those programs. I fail to see the difference, but I'm clearly open to being educated on that. The council allowed the program to be run by a resident volunteer, similar to the events above that are marked with a V, and that council directs staff to provide an indemnity agreement to the resident volunteer running the Tots Play program. I don't know if that's an unusual request, but it seems to be in line with.
If I may, Councillor Barmayer, and I'll ask CAO to confirm this in a second. I think given what you were trying to accomplish, and I think our colleagues have said more or less the same thing, but I don't think until the CAO comes back with the hard financial piece and what the ramifications to us are, we can ask for the sky and the moon, but if we can't deliver it, and I can't deliver it, or it may be at a risk to us that we don't know about yet. So for me, I'll listen to my colleagues, but it would appear that, directing staff to do this when we've asked them to go find insurance coverage that we're really looking for, we're at odds here.
I don't know. I think those things can run in parallel. My ask is very specific. And if we want to cast a broader net, I think we can do that in parallel. I don't see that one excludes the other from being approved.
Well, on all of these, I have to clear with the MIA the actual whether or not they're eligible for the insurance coverage. So that's still a subject precedent to actually doing it. So I don't know what the answer is yet on that until I talk to them.
I'll second Councillor Barmeyer's recommendation.
Okay.
Whether we have the answer right here or not, I'll second it.
Thank you. Why don't we get right to it? Call a motion. All in favor? Yes or no, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Carried.
Sorry, with respect to the fourth item, I'm pretty sure we can't do the fourth item in that motion. Under our insurance policy, we can't provide indemnification for somebody else. That's a complicated issue, and I suggest that with respect to that aspect of this, that it's going to require further information before you proceed.
Okay. I'm not an insurance expert.
Well, I'm not either. That's why I need to ask all the right questions to our insurer. And I'm just asking for the time to do that, basically.
So how do we do that? We revisit the motion and drop number 4.
Well, it's still going to be subject to being able to do it.
Yeah, of course. But all of this is
all of it is, yeah.
Have to ride. You
all
have
of
to
it
have
is, yeah.
subject to. Just not sure what the rush is.
Okay.
Without getting the information, but it's up to you.
Thank you. So reading this one, it's a work in progress, for lack of a better word. Councillor Abbott, next up, AP check report.
Yeah. So the key information on this is these AP check reports is something that council has received for as long as I recall in the village. Certainly going back a lot longer than the present staff or before I considered becoming a councillor. When I was looking through this year's budgets, I kind of wondered, sort of crossed my mind about the accounts payable report, because I think it adds depth to our budget reports. It's additional information and data. I sent an email to staff asking if we could receive it, thinking I'd just missed it, and got told, no, we cannot receive it unless I bring to council a recommendation and get a resolution from council directing staff to provide the report. So I'm asking that we get the AP report, accounts payable check report as it's sometimes called, for the 2020 year in the next regular council meeting, because we never got one any time last year, and that we direct staff to do so quarterly ongoing, which is the way it was always done in the past. And that staff continue this practice unless otherwise advised.
Thank you very much. Staff response? No. Is this a considerable amount of work? No. Time to do it? Is it a matter of just lining up the buttons? Okay.
Nothing's ever just pushing the button.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I hesitate to say anything, but I will. You know, delving into this level of detail is not something that's done in any other municipality. I think that council's getting way into the weeds, looking over the checks that are written. I don't see how it adds to a greater understanding of financial reports. You have the information. It's almost as if you're looking over our shoulders to make sure that the checks have all been written to the appropriate people. So from that perspective, I do question the need for this. Aside from that, producing the first one is going to be a lot of paper because it wasn't done last year. And going back to 2008, staff that were
printed as a PDF.
2008 to present, it wasn't done until 2014 between that period, or if so, very rarely. So it's not something that has a long history or a consistent history. It may have been done at various times in the past, but as I say, it's really, councils should be up at 10,000. You're coming down to 10. And that's about all I'll say.
Question of looking over anyone's shoulder, Peter. It's sort of, you know, I'm not saying that everyone needs to look at it or everyone's even going to look at it. It's just, it helps with transparency, and it gives, for me, it gives a sort of background and a depth to the budget reports.
In what way does it provide background, Councillor Abbott? How does it help you understand a financial report?
It helps me to understand the amount, how much money we spend globally on certain entities, and I would like to see it.
And if I could interject just briefly here, I don't think it really speaks to oversight. I think it speaks to personality and how we all process information and the level of detail that we're comfortable with. And clearly, Councillor Abbott would like to see that level of detail. I understand that it may be a bit more work for this first time going forward, since we haven't seen it for a year. But if it's provided, each and every councillor can vet how much time they would like to spend on it. But Councillor Abbott has made it very clear that for him, this is important. It's public information. We shouldn't have to ask for it. He's asking for it, and I'm going to support him on this because it's going to make it it's easier for him. So I don't think that unless it's very taxing on staff time, it's previously been brought to us. So I think we just re-implement it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott, I'm not horse trading here. 2020 is a while ago, and a year late at 4 quarters. It's probably a little hard to find much value in this. I do see it going forward. Are you prepared to go part way and go from this quarter forward, or do you really want it all of last year?
I'd like to see all of last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call a motion. All those in favor, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Carried. Councillor Barmeyer, you have your climate action piece.
Yeah, it's an on-table item. I'm not sure if we can screen share how we would do that, or if I should just in very general terms, we had our first gathering with the Climate Action Committee on the weekend, and would like to set up our first official meeting. And I just wanted to present the skeleton agenda for that first meeting, just to get a flavor of where the committee's going and to get it into public record. So the request was, and this is with staff's input, of course, to suggest our first Climate Action Committee meeting be held on March 31st at 6 p.m. And if that's too aggressive to get that into the calendar, you know, we welcome your feedback, but we're trying to get into the we're trying to get it onto the agenda as soon as possible.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Pretty simple request. Data post.
I will admit I didn't have time to see that, Norm, but I'll certainly, well, I had seen it, didn't have time to go through it, but I'll give you some comments.
Yeah, no, the on-table piece is difficult with Zoom. I mean, I guess we could go through a screen share exercise to do that, but I just want, you know, I wanted to get it into record.
Thank you very much.
And more so, we just need guidance on from staff to send the actual proper invite out so we can get our meetings rolling here.
Thank you very much. So Councillors Cunliffe and Barmeyer, may I, on your behalf, ask that staff arrange meeting at the time and date that you mentioned, do the posting for the public, send the invite to all of the members, and I presume either staff will set up the Zoom meeting and then hand it over to either of you as the chair once you're in, and then staff will leave. You'll appoint a recorder. Staff, can you please send them a agenda template, please, so that they can follow on?
Yeah, Carla, I already have the template, so we pulled that. draft agenda together, which was meant to be the on-table item. The question I had to staff was, when do we have to complete that agenda package for it to make it to the website? Because we've got quite a bit of background information we wanted to append to the agenda.
Yes, I think I noted in the email there that we just need 24 hours as per the procedures.
Okay, thanks, Carl.
So Monday afternoon would be fine.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
Okay, so Councillors Cunliffe and Barmier, you're good to go. Thank you very much. Anything else on this one, Councillor Barmier? You're good. You're good, thanks. Which brings us to the committees and the receipt of the information here. So the Board of Variance minutes from July 9th, and they're for information purposes. I'll put that forward as a motion. Can I have a second that they'll be received for information? Something.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. It's for information purposes, pretty plain. I'll call a motion. All those in favor of receipt, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. We've already done the council strategy committee meeting, the parcel tax roll review panel meeting minutes from March the 11th, and they're for information as well. I'll put that forward as a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Everybody here was there, so I'm sure there's no questions. I'll call a motion. All those in favor of the receipt, please confirm by saying yes. Thank you. Good. Next to last piece. The emergency services is the 2021 Surrey Regional Fire Dispatch Monthly Report for Lions Bay Fire and Rescue. I'll put forward that motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Call the motion. All those in favor of receipt, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Last one, and that's the January and February 2021 RCMP report. We'll put that forward as a motion for receipt. Can I have a second, please? Thank you. I'll call the motion. All those in favor of confirmation of receipt, please confirm by saying yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And we're good on all of those receipts. There are no resolutions. We've done the bylaw. We've done correspondence. There is no new business. We've done public questions. There is no closed meeting. They're already reported out. Motion to adjourn. Thank you. Confirmed. We're done. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you for your time.